Kia. Whakatakata tihau ki te uru, whakatakata tihau ki te tonga. Thank you, everybody. Just to set up the proceedings for the day, it would be useful if we as Commissioners would introduce ourselves to you, and then we'll go into into a bit more detail. There are four of us on the Commission now. Our most recent appointment is Benita Bingham on my left. So Benita is currently a Community Board member on the South Taranaki Coastal Community Board. It's quite unique that we have an existing elected representative also on the Commission, which is pretty special. She's also a former District Councillor on the South Taranaki District Council. Benita's a member of National Council of LGNZ and is also Chair of Te Maraata, and that's the representative body of Māori in local government. So, and Benita's first Commission meeting today, so she's well prepared and very excited and stimulated about the opportunity in front of her. To my right is Sue Piper. Sue is a former City Councillor on the Wellington City Council for 9 years. Sue is also a Commissioner for the RMA, and in a previous life, way back I think in about 2010 or maybe earlier, Sue was Chair of the Commission and has come back on as a Commissioner. Much better than I was. Well, there you go. And further to the right is Janie Anea. Janie is a former Mayor of Timaru, 9-year term, 18 years on the Timaru District Council. Janie was also on the Lotteries Commission and is our longest serving member of the Commission, coming up, I think, 10 years, Janie?
No, I think it's about 8.
Oh, well, I made it 10 to make it sound good. So, and my name's Brendan Duffy. I'm a former Mayor of the Horowhenua District Council for 12 years, 21 years on local government, National Council Vice President of LGNZ for 1 term, and now Chair of the Commission. So that's us. We give you that introduction to give you a sense that we've got a little bit of knowledge around those things special to local government, and hopefully we can bring decisions that add value to that which is important to all of us, which is the principles of good democracy. With those introductions, we now pass over to you, Mayor Leanne, to take the floor, and you and your team introduce as you see fit, and we're happy to hear the observations that you have to make. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou katoa, and good morning and welcome. Benita, especially good to see you. I'm sorry that we're masked up for the occasion, but welcome to the role. I think it's an excellent addition, and I think your fellow commissioners who I've met before will enjoy having you contributing to this process. I'd like to introduce Andrew Turner, who is the representative for a ward that we have proposed to keep in its current form, despite the significant breach of the plus or minus 10% threshold. And he can really help you understand the reasoning behind our decision to do that, if that is required this time round. Staff here, Christopher Turner-Bullock, who has worked so incredibly hard on what is a substantial representation review. Even though we've tried to minimise some of the impacts, it still requires a lot of juggling and the work behind it. I think I'd like to acknowledge Christopher and thank him for that. And Amy Martin, who's a whiz on maps. Any questions about relocating, shifting mesh blocks, streets, boundaries, all of those things, she has really bent over backwards to try and accommodate significant changes. Behind me, I've got John Filsell, who leads the team that has supported us in the representation review, and Mary Richardson, who's the general manager in this space as well. Is that enough? Yeah. So that's essentially the team that's been supporting the representation review. So I just thought that I would start off by saying that at the beginning of this representation review, the council acknowledged that the 2015-2016 representation review made significant changements to the representation arrangements for the city. The council considered the current representation arrangements and agreed that they still largely provided fair and effective representation for the city. So that was the starting point. Some of the changes that needed to be made were made in order to balance populations to ensure that the council complied with the plus or minus 10% rule. And this is largely due to population growth in the north, east and southwest of the city, which has added significant additional pressure as the settlement pattern across the city continues to evolve. So we're still experiencing post-earthquake redistribution, but it's the north of the city and the south of the city that are the significant changes, northeast and southwest. Taking into account the significant change that we made last time, we wanted to avoid further widespread disruptive change in this one, and really allowing community boards to continue building on the relations and connections that they've spent the last 6 years rebuilding and developing with this community. So with that in mind, changes to ward boundaries were made in a way that retained the affected communities within their community board where possible. However, that was not possible in two particular cases because we wanted to change the number of community boards. And the reason was that we established community boards that were made up of 3 wards and 2 wards last time, and what that meant was that it created an effective significant difference between people who were elected to chair a community board in one area because of the number of electors in that area. They were considerably advantaged over financially, and I know that we don't take the financial benefits into account, but we hadn't realised when we made the 3 and 2 that we were going to end up with the 3 wards making up one community board area, substantially increasing the financial reward of undertaking that role as contrasted to someone representing 2. That was masked quite considerably because we've had an earthquake allowance, as it were, an allowance going to those wards that have faced the challenges of the earthquake recovery more than others. That differential will change, and as a result of that ultimately going, it's still sitting there at the moment, but we've been told by the Remuneration Authority that it will go, that will really lay bare quite a significant difference. So a real driver for this representation review has been to correct an error last time, which was to have the 3 wards making community boards and the 2 wards. So we've decided to put the final proposal was for 5 3-ward community boards plus Banks Peninsula. So that reduces the number of community boards by 1. but it does mean that one of the community boards is split between two new community board areas. One of the community boards, is split between three. So it's gone three ways, and that has created quite a significant difference in terms of the Linwood ward, which has always faced from the centre to the, I can't even get my directions right, out to Sumner, and is now facing east to Coastal and Burwood. So in terms of, I'll just run through each of the particular areas that we've looked at, because they will be issues that are raised with you in the submissions that you'll hear. So I want to start with the Banks Peninsula isolated community, and last time I explained I explained how that all came about, but I don't know whether you'd like me to traverse that again, because I'm quite happy to do so. I've got my notes from that time, but maybe just a little bit of history. So the Local Government Commission gave a clear steer, and it was 13 years ago when the Local Government Commission decided that Banks Peninsula could kind of stand alone. And it said, this decision is not an enduring justification for the retention of the Banks Peninsula ward. We were told that the current arrangements introduced with the 2006 reorganisation have helped to integrate Banks Peninsula with Christchurch City. A change to these arrangements at this time as part of the current review is seen as a risk to the integration process. However, there are growing community of interest linkages between the peninsula and the remainder of the city, and we believe the council should give careful consideration to these as part of its next representation review. This should include re-examination of the strength of commonality between the Littleton Mount Herbert community and the Akaroa Wairewa community. Projected population changes across the city also signalled the need for a comprehensive review of citywide arrangements when the council next undertakes a representation review. This should include the identification and evaluation of a range of ward options. The council has assured us that this will happen. Well, that did happen last time. We actually put up a proposal that we move Akaroa, the Banks Peninsula into the Sumner Ferrymead area, so coming across the hill, as it were, and we received strong opposition to that proposal. And I think, again, just to go back a little bit before this. This whole story goes back to what was an enforced amalgamation. I heard one of the representatives of the area give evidence to the Local Government Commission last time, and she said that it was a shotgun wedding, and it was. So under the poll arrangements that existed at the moment, 63% of Christchurch residents who voted about the amalgamation with Banks Peninsula voted against it. So it was actually, we were not able to proceed with that proposal at the time. A proposal was initiated by the electors of a small group of people in the Banks Peninsula district using what was described at the time as a little-known provision in the law that excluded Christchurch City from having to be polled. So having been polled, and 63% of Christchurch residents saying no to the amalgamation, another provision of the Act was used, and it allowed for the abolition of Banks Peninsula District and the inclusion of the area in Christchurch City, with the 2005 binding poll conducted in Banks Peninsula only. So that's why one of the residents of Akaroa came along and told you that it was a shotgun wedding. It was not agreed by Christchurch City that Akaroa would come in amongst us. That being said, the relationship that has been developed between Christchurch City and Banks Peninsula has enabled us to make substantial investments in particularly the Three Waters infrastructure, but in particular wastewater infrastructure, as a direct result of having the capability of Christchurch City sitting behind it in the Banks Peninsula district. So we've already worked on the wastewater scheme in Littleton, and that's come out of the Littleton Harbour. It's being discharged through the city's wastewater treatment plant, and we are now working on a land-based solution for Akaroa. So we've worked really, really hard on collaborating with the communities over in Banks Peninsula to ensure that the needs are able to be met within the context of a greater city. The one thing they ask of us is that they maintain their councillor at the council table, and they retain their community board. The community board in such a vast area, so it might have a small population, but such a vast area, so much of it completely isolated from the rest of the city, that in fact you have to drive through the Selwyn district when you go through one way in order to come back into the city boundaries for the rest of the journey to Akaroa. So I really can't emphasise enough just how significant it is for the city to support the retention of the isolated community that Banks Peninsula represents. Now, people might say, well, Littleton's just through the tunnel or just over the hill. The significance of the Banks Peninsula as one place, and the context of all of the challenges around sea level rise, around harbours, and around the relationship with all of our Papatipu Runanga, with the exception of Ngaituhuriri, it all sits in the Banks Peninsula space. And so for us not to have a community board connection directly with each of those Papatipu Runanga and within those communities who see themselves as one, then I think it would be a big mistake. So we've worked really hard on this. I don't know whether, Andrew, you wanted to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Leanne has noted most of the key points. It would take you, if you were to set off to drive to Akaroa from here, it would take you about 1 hour and 45 minutes. And you would drive along a state highway that took you into the Selwyn district and then back into the Christchurch district and Banks Peninsula. You would drive over one particular hill, which is often a road closed by snow and ice in the wintertime, that's subject to high wind, that's subject to fog. You would drive through Little River, which often in periods of flooding would see the state highway cut at that point as well. And many of the valleys and small communities in the more far-flung parts of Banks Peninsula also don't have good access to fast internet or to cell networks either. So there are a number of reasons why there are many parts of Banks Peninsula which are significantly isolated. And it was very interesting, the community consultation that we did in the last representation review showed us that whilst Littleton, and Leanne made the point, is closely connected to Christchurch by roads over the hill and through the tunnel, both of which, of course, are subject to closures from time to time as well. The tunnel for hazardous goods and safety, and the hill routes, again, adverse weather conditions. But the people of Littleton told us that largely they look out to their connection to the rest of the peninsula rather than necessarily looking into Christchurch as we had expected that they would tell us. So the peninsula as one cohesive unit, really representing the boundaries of its old district and the current representation arrangements, it's working well. The community board are well engaged, and with the subdivisions, there's a good spread of community board representation from each of those individual communities through the subdivision arrangements as well.
So staff have acknowledged that retaining Banks Peninsula as an isolated community does put additional population pressure on the city board. So we do acknowledge that. However, every effort has been made to accommodate and balance the needs of all of our communities and communities of interest in the final proposal. So, and we do consider that the final proposal will provide for fair and effective representation. I just want to comment on the significant growth in the southwest of the city, predominantly Hallswell, which has resulted in the need for change to ensure that our electoral arrangements are providing that fair and effective representation. Staff looked at the historic boundaries and communities of interest alongside new and emerging communities when making these changes. And I think it's worth noting that since the last representation review, there's been significant growth in the Hallswell ward. The June 2020 estimates for the current Hallswell ward suggest that the population is 33,080, 34% over the city average, and 22% over the plus 10% threshold. So bringing the population of the Hallswell ward back within the plus or minus 10% threshold required significant change to the ward boundaries. So you can just see that from the numbers. And I mean, if you drove out there, you would see there's just been massive growth in that area. Where possible, when changes were required to ward boundaries, they were made within the community board area so that they could still stick with the same community board with the aim of reducing the level of change for the communities affected. A number of appeals and or objections have been received regarding the proposed boundary of Knightstream Longhurst subdivision. These submitters have requested that the area mentioned in their submission be added back into the Hallswell ward. Due to the significant change in the last representation review, there was a desire to avoid further widespread disruptive change in this review, as I said earlier. With this in mind, ward changes were made in a way that retained the affected communities within the same community board where possible. So that was the trade-off, as it were. The single mesh block population, the single mesh block referred to in the appeals or objections could be added back into the Hallswell ward without breaching the plus 10% threshold. The change would, however, push the population of the proposed Hallswell ward close to the 10% threshold, leaving limited room for future growth. And I guess that's been our primary concern, is to allow for additional growth in that area. I'll just turn to the Riccarton ward because I know you've got submissions in that area as well. The boundaries presented a number of challenges. The appropriate boundary for the Matthias Street area, I mean, this. I know that you've got submissions on this, but the boundary was set at Matthias Street to allow more flexibility to make further changes in other areas of Riccarton that had been requested by submitters. So we did try to look at that Matthias Street east and west, or making the river to the railway line, along the river to the railway line, the point which allows Mona Vale to be in Fendleton. So look, we played around with the boundary in this area, and so over to you. But partly why we couldn't make that adjustment was because we made another adjustment at the other end of the ward. So, and that was requested by the community board and other submitters. The area is bounded by Pear Street, Athol Terrace and Waimari Street, Parkstone Avenue, Solway Avenue, Maidstone Road and Waimari Road in the Riccarton ward. And the that restricted, because we put those changes in play, that restricted what we could do at the other end. So, as I say, these are the experts, not me. We have bent over backwards to try and accommodate as many of the changes. But but that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to die in a ditch over it. The thing is that it's hugely challenging to stick within that plus or minus 10%. And I know that some of the submissions that were received at the time were to make the community boards, just one ward, which would give you more flexibility with 3 councillors per ward. But the majority of the council decision was to go stick with the one wards, and that was very strongly felt around the council table about the need to have that upfront and personal connection, which seems to have gone as we've gone into these bigger and bigger areas, and the one ward, one councillor. The downside is that it doesn't give you more flexibility on the plus or minus 10% in a community board area, but it does give you that upfront and personal. People tend to know who their councillor is, and it is difficult in a bigger urban area for that to be a reality. So some of the changes were required to the Riccarton ward as a result of the growth in the Hallswell ward, and every single change has a flow-on, bump-on effect on another ward when you get into those boundary areas. Phillipstown, Charleston. Now I know that you're going to receive submissions on this, and this is the one that probably pains me more than anything else, because it was this community board area that experienced the most change, but the Linwood ward the most of all, because it shifted to the further to the east, and as a result, Phillipstown and Charleston, which has traditionally been in the Linwood ward, moved into the central ward. We have worked again as hard as we can to strike that right balance between fair and effective representation for the community without causing unintended negative outcomes for other communities. It is an incredibly challenging area, and I think if I wish that there was one thing that I could have promoted differently last time, is that I would never have promoted 3 and 2 structure for the community boards, but that I'm going to put down to my complete lack of experience of representation reviews, because it never, and the correlation with remuneration, which we're not allowed to take into account, but it does have an impact. It does have an impact, and this isn't about remuneration, but the valuing of the role should be equal across the city, as it is for councillors, with the one exception of which we don't agree with at all, but it is the reality that we know that by asking for a separate ward for Akaroa, that there's a consequence in terms of remuneration for their community board members, but that's different on the city side of I'll argue that one with the Remuneration Authority, and I'll keep arguing with them till I'm gone, but I think that this other issue is very relevant for why we've got to where we've got to now, and one of the consequences has been an area which is, Phillipstown, less so Charleston, but Phillipstown, it's been an area devastated by urban blight. I can't think of another way of describing it. The amount of social housing that's been poured into the area, the school got closed, the community groups that have moved into the school are now threatened with the ministry taking it back off them for another education purpose. There's just so much going on in this area. Is this a disruption? So that's what worries me about this one. But ultimately, when we as a council voted on the way that it should be divided, we pulled that back into the centre of the city, which is the central ward, and we push the Linwood ward towards the east, which I think is the right decision to make. But again, we leave that in your hands. So thank you very much for listening to our submission. I found that something I said last time you came. I said, as we have amalgamated over the years, we have lost that sense of the upfront and personal that our small borough and county councils offered us. Perhaps it was the quakes, but it does seem more important now that we have strong connections as members of our communities and with our decision makers at every level, but especially locally.
Thanks, Leanne, that's great. And I would also endorse your opening comments about the efforts of your team in terms of preparation. Given that you've acknowledged that, I'd like to reinforce that as well on behalf of our team. We would say that the effort that's gone in to this piece of work is significant. It's very obvious with the amount of detail that we've received. It wouldn't be unreasonable to observe that the text messages over the weekend from fellow commissioners saying how the street names were giving them headaches and doing their heads in terms of trying to establish where all of these boundaries were, and everybody was online making comments. So we would acknowledge the level of detail. So well done. And the maps, superb. So we've got an opportunity for commissioners to delve into a bit of questioning as you see fit, and then of course we will hear from submitters, and then of course there's the opportunity for right of reply, which gives us a chance to nut out any other particular points of clarity that might be required. So we're in good time, and open the floor for questions as commissioners see fit or feel the need. Looking to the ladies on the right.
Please help me, Leanne. So far, the arrangements or the boundaries for community boards, the strongest argument you've had for them is that that the REM Authority's criteria means that you want to make sure that everybody gets paid the same. Have I got that right?
Well, that's not my strongest argument, but it is an argument. So I think we made a mistake last time to do 3 and 2. We didn't know the consequences of 3 and 2, and so we would have had just the 3 community board area. The 5 community board areas last time. If we'd known the consequences of 3 and 2.
So, what other? Sorry, because maybe I was listening for it, and it might be my fault. Can you explain again then what the other criteria were that you used to determine that you would dissolve, is that the word, but a community board? Abolish a community board. And then what criteria you did to identify the number and then the boundaries for the new arrangements in the final proposal?
We started from the position of what would provide fair and effective representation, and we weren't in favour of reducing the size of the council table, so we wanted to maintain the level that it was. We also knew that we wanted to retain Banks Peninsula as a separate ward, and so that ultimately led us to the position to look at what was the best way of achieving 5 community boards instead of the 6 that we had previously. And that led us to look at, and because we also wanted to maintain as far as possible people within the same community board area that they were previously in. And that led us to look at whether we could make as small a change to the current configuration without but still meet the objective of equal size community boards. So yeah, so that the community boards were within that equal size.
So you wanted to maintain 16 councillors, that is the arrangements that had been agreed in the previous representation review. Maintain Banks Peninsula. I know there's no O in Banks Peninsula.
Yeah.
And then you went straight in and you looked at the best way of achieving 5 community boards. So how did you fix on the number of, you've told me, you've 5 because you wanted 3, a community board for each, for 3 wards, to
We
cover
wanted
3
to
wards.
keep the same number of councillors, and we wanted to equalise the size of the community boards.
Okay. Okay, so one last question. So how was it that Heathcote Dardedale was the one that fell off the perch? The community board that you decided to redistribute. What was the criteria that led to that one being the perch faller, as it were?
It was so in order to equalise the number, we had to move the direction of the fewest number. It was going to result in the fewest level, the smallest number of changes to the community board areas. So that was essentially why we chose that one. Eh? Yeah. Oh, look, I'd like to invite staff to comment as well.
But or any documentation about the decision too might be helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Sue. I hope you don't mind me taking my mask off just while I speak. I'm in a bubble with close colleagues here. First of all, we looked at making these changes with the minimum impact to existing community boards. So we explored 9 options.
That's right.
We circulated them, we consulted. We also explored a further 2 options which were submitted by the community as a result of consultation. One of the drivers, as explained by the Mayor, was to create the minimum amount of change to the boards overall. So essentially, the Linwood Central Heathcote board, one of those wards will adjoin 3 existing community boards neighbouring to make 3 sets of 3 boards. Sorry, 3 wards with 3 boards with 3 wards in them. So it was a very convenient and practical solution. It also reflected a community survey to which we got 1,000 respondents indicating which area of Christchurch their community of interest lied. We asked them to describe their communities, which places in town they affiliated to culturally, physically, and so forth. And in the area currently covered by Linwood Central Heathcote, the communities within that area, the southern part, the Heathcote ward, clearly affiliated with the south, which is amalgamation with Spraid and Cashmere. The Linwood ward are affiliated east and slightly northeast, and so our preference was to attach the Linwood ward with the east. The central ward clearly affiliated with the central city and slightly to the north and slightly to the northwest, so that influenced the initial proposal putting central in with Papanui Innes. So extensive consultation, a range of options, quite a detailed community survey. We held a number of workshops with each community board, and we also made this an emphasis in our community consultation. Again, councillors heard a number of submissions, were asked for a couple of different models to be reworked right at the end, and came to their conclusion. So it's quite a detailed process.
If you look at the information that we've provided, the community surveys there, so this was done prior to the representation review proper. It was but part of it. It was information feeding into it. Looks like a heat map, and it's that helped us see where people saw their community of interest as aligning, and that gave us the direction that people were pointing in.
Can I just ask a question around community boards? Because Christchurch is quite different compared to many cities in New Zealand. And so I think it would be really helpful for us to understand why community boards are necessary in Christchurch when they're not necessary in a place like Dunedin, for example, you know, within the actual urban area. What makes them work so well in Christchurch, and how do they feed into helping you with your decision making as a council?
So again, it's the upfront and personal. It's about being able to connect directly with your communities. They have quite significant delegations. If I could have my way, which would require an amendment to the, I think it's the Local Government Act. So I would like them set up as local boards, and I would like to delegate more decisions to them and make them much more effective in delivering locally. So, but the only reason we can't create them as local boards is because we're not in a reorganisation. So if we were in a reorganisation, so if Banks Peninsula was just coming on board now, we could create local boards. But the Act limits the creation of local boards to a reorganisation. And
Unless you took over ECAN.
Yeah.
I'm just being...
Be careful what you wish
I'm
for.
just being...
Yeah, no. But it's delegations, letting allowing for subsidiarity, closest possible relationship to the decisions where they matter, and relationship building happens at the local level. So the community boards are very effective at both advocating for metro facilities that might be based in their wards, or they might be effective in putting forward submissions, for example. So one of the community boards has made submissions against quarries in the neighbouring district council area where it's just over the border. But they have been able to do that in a much more effective way than the city sitting back from that very personal neighbourhood relationship.
I guess that when you look at Christchurch compared to other cities, we're special. You are special, and your people get more immediate representation anyway than most other places.
Well, I always say that Christchurch. I'll quote the chief executive of the airport company, who says we're the Goldilocks city, and I always say, well, that means not too hot, not too cold, not too big, not too small, and we're just the right scale. But somehow we don't want to become a sort of a mega city that's distant from the decision making. That, you know, the decision making really ought to happen as close to the people who are affected by those decisions as possible. As a council, we've been entering into partnerships with our communities to run council facilities. They're not council facilities, they're community facilities if they're run by the community. But the signing up of the actual relationship on the ground, that happens with the community board, not with the council. It's got to be out there in the community. So that's why we're big supporters of community boards, and probably because, I mean, we are an amalgamation of small county and borough councils. Riccarton Borough Council, Paparoa, Waimairi, you know, I think Heathcote had its own county council, Littleton had its own council. So the 1989 reforms actually brought in a lot of councils together, and we've tried to maintain that level of community connection through community boards.
Kia ora, Leanne. I was very interested to hear the kōrero about the Banks Peninsula, the whole rural distribution of local decision making, and coming from a small rural council, I understand the geography and the challenges that come with that. So I was also interested in the fact that you mentioned that even the Runanga are talking about their communities of interest out that area being significantly in that geography. Do Ngāi Tahu or any of the other Runanga have any other comments on anything else to do with the representation across your city, or was it mainly in that area? Have they got any other comments citywide?
We'll come back to that one. I'll just explain our makeup as a council. So we've created a separate standing committee, Te Hononga Council, Papatipu Runanga Committee. It's a standing committee made up of all of the chairs of the Papatipu Runanga. There's 6 of them. And it's co-chaired by myself and the upoko of Ngāi Tuhuriri, which is largely here in the city, and spreading to the north and Waimaku area and to the south into Selwyn. So, and each of the chairs of the Papatipu Runanga plus the chairs of our standing committees meet together. And I'm pretty sure that there was a briefing on the representation review, but the relationship that we have and it's continuing to evolve and develop is based on is not based on the ward structure. I think the point that I was making was that 5 of the 6 Papatipu Runanga are in the Banks Peninsula ward, and if you separated Littleton, you'd separate 2 of the Papatipu Runanga potentially, depending on where the boundary was drawn.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got, as a community board on Banks Peninsula, very strong relationships with the 5 Runanga. And there are examples of where the community board, in particular, is working very closely with Runanga and the community. Littleton Harbour, on the health of the harbour, there's a particular project which was initiated by Rapaki, Ngāti Wheke, and the community board are heavily involved there. The Akaroa wastewater land-based disposal that Leanne referred to earlier, there's been a very strong collaboration with community board and the Runanga at Onuku. Wairua, on the quality of the lake there, the Water Zone Management Committee, the community board, the community and the Runanga working very closely together, and Waihora with the other Runanga on the peninsula as well. So I doubt that we would get that same level of communication between elected local democracy, Runanga and community without those close relationships that are largely held by the community board in the first instance, and then the local councillor as the conduit for that work through to the council table. So again, arrangements that are working very well in co-management and early forms of co-governance, which actually serve as an example of how we could do things in other parts of the city as well.
So we're working with Ngāi Tuhuriri over a co-governance model for the Otakaro Avon River Corridor, which formerly known as the Red Zone after the earthquakes. And I'm very hopeful that this will be an incredible model and a first for Te Waiponamu.
John?
Could I also add that in terms of this representation review, Papatipu Runanga have named each of the proposed community boards, have requested, and it is proposed that the Te Reo name become the official name, and have also requested how the names are laid out. The Te Reo name followed by the European name. So that's a sign of engagement and involvement that we've adopted in the final proposal.
The naming was informal prior to this proposal.
Yep. Thank you. Kia ora.
So probably just to round this out, there's a Sorry.
I've got some more.
Oh, you got some more. Go.
And I've got one for this one.
Oh, sorry, I didn't appreciate that. Go.
Can we just explore the Banks Peninsula isolated community a little bit? You mentioned hour and a quarter to drive from, say, here to Akaroa. Then there's the issue of I want to call it the pass, but it's the hill, and what happens there, and then flooding at Little River. So how often do these things happen?
So weather events, so there are 3 passes that we will be talking about here. So there are 2 passes that go over the Port Hills to Littleton, Governor's Bay. Certainly the Governor's Bay route over Dyers Pass will be the main route from here to Governor's Bay, would regularly be affected by snow and ice and fog, particularly in the winter time. The Little River flooding would be an annual event, sometimes more than once a year. And certainly the hilltop represents a significant geographic boundary and often is not necessarily closed, but certainly not desirable, particularly in the winter time. Snow, ice, fog, rain, landslips. There are a number of weather events that would have been well reported that have affected the state highway. And of course, when you get to the hilltop, that's where the roads to the rest of the peninsula fan out. So it's not just Akaroa that we're talking about. It's probably, somewhere between a third and a half of the landmass of the rest of Banks Peninsula. And yes, it's a small population, but it's a huge geographic area that you're required to use that state highway, which really is the only route through there to access. So that's physical isolation. And I talked earlier about digital isolation as well through, lack of good cell networks, particularly in some of the far-flung bays, and also poor access to ultra-fast broadband in some of those areas as well.
I'm just conscious we must keep the time.
I know, but there's also, we want to talk about Phillipstown.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Just a quick question about the Greater Thornbury Residents Association. The submission about wanting to keep all the quarries in one ward.
Sorry, what was this?
Sorry, the Greater Thornbury Residents Association, they put a submission on wanting to keep all the quarries in one area. And the staff said the area around Wilson's Road is a single mesh block and could be moved without breaching the plus or minus 10%. And I just wondered what your feeling was about that, because supposedly they've done a lot of work in submissions with the quarry, and you mentioned the quarry earlier, quarries, either before quarries within the same ward.
Yeah, I was talking between districts and the community board making a submission on it, but I haven't. Can I come back to you on that this afternoon? Because I literally haven't taken advice on it.
You might like to come back to us and write a reply, but can we just concentrate on Phillipstown and the Charleston area? Now, putting the 10% rule aside, what are the boundaries of each of those communities that you might call, one being Phillipstown and the other being Charleston?
Ferry Road. Yeah.
Christchurch is particularly difficult in that respect because we don't have, except for one suburb up in the hills, we don't have official suburb boundaries. So often those boundaries are determined by...
I'm not talking about suburb boundaries, I'm talking about communities of interest. There being a difference.
Those are based on suburbs, and there's no... I've never been able to find a clear definition around where those communities start and end. So some people will say that it ends here and some will say it ends over here. And we've done our best to go as wide as we can to encompass as much of those communities as we can. The difficulty is that it's a really densely populated part of the city, and so there's almost enough people in there to make up half to 3/4 of a ward in its own right.
Okay,
so there's a lot of people in there, and so that's how we've had to work around it. So we've gone as wide as we can to sweep as much of that area in as possible, but getting them into that Linwood ward was difficult.
But Charleston's on one side of Ferry
Charleston
Road
is on
and
one side of the road,
Phillipstown's on the other. There's a rule of thumb
There's quite a main road running between them, but they see a connection between
Yeah,
them.
look, these masts are getting in the way. What's the name of the road?
Ferry Road.
Ferry.
Ferry Road, F-E-R-R-Y.
Yeah, as in little ship.
As in little ship. Used to be a ferry down the river there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or down the
Back in the
Mersey
olden
or some
days.
such, yeah.
Okay, very good.
Just double checking because I think that answers all my.
And Mr Chair, we'll probably deal with more specific questions late in the writing. Will we after the...
Well,
Well, you can
do
let
it.
us know what they are,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
and then people who are wiser than I am can provide me with some advice.
I'm expecting
lunch
that as
break.
the submitters come through, there'll be specific points that officers will obviously be able to pick up on in the right of reply. And so I am, as I say, conscious to make sure we do stick reasonably tight to time. I just want to round out. Oh, you got one more?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just.
Yeah.
Look, there's been some discussion about how important it is to try and make sure you're constantly not changing representation review to representation review because of population increases. But I notice, and it's particularly, of course, obvious with Hallsville, but not just with them, and now I can't find the piece of paper. But there are a couple of other wards that have gone right up against the, well, it's been 7% plus 7%. And I wondered what the implications of that ambition for trying to avoid having to make changes that the community will, will want to discuss in terms of the 10% rule. Which are the pinch areas, and in terms of the final proposal here, which are the ones that we might have some flexibility in moving? I mean, the Rickerton one's a good, it's a good and a bad example simultaneously, because you could put one thing in, then you've got to take another one out, and if you take that out, then maybe, And I just wondered, is there a pattern there that you've got to look at call to our attention?
You've got to look at the neighbour. So if the top end of Rickerton is Hornby, or the top end of Hornby is Hallsville, then that's your pinch point, is because if you've got to cross over into another ward, even if you're staying in the same community board area, then you're up against that challenge. So do you want to comment, Amy?
Yep. So the other pinch points around the areas of growth, you've got Hallsville, which continues to grow, and then we had Burwood, which had significant growth in a subdivision up there in the last 6 years. But as a rule of thumb, Christchurch has its central city in the middle, and then the suburbs and areas around the central city are more densely populated, and from there, as we go out, we see that population density decrease. So it's easier to make changes around the edges of the city, so those outer wards. As we come in towards the middle, it gets harder to shift those boundaries, just because you don't have that same lack of population density to move within. So one mesh block will be 1,000 people, and the one next to it will be 1,000 people. So that's just how Stats NZ do the mesh blocks. They're designed to have a similar number of people in each of them. So bigger mesh blocks out towards the outskirts of the city, because there are less people. As we come in, they get smaller and more densely populated. So those main pinch points are the ones around the central city, but as Mayor said, as you come in and you make those changes, there are flow-on effects to the next wards. So if we start with Hallsville and Hornby, which are out towards the edge, and come in, we get to see those pinch points, and that's what you can see happening in Rickerton, where we've had to make those changes, and it's had flow-on effects towards the centre.
Rightio. So, in my third attempt to round out, I just want to make the acknowledgement that officers have prompted us with a number of questions in terms of points of clarity around these boundaries. I'm not going to delve into those questions simply because the explanations given so far have made it very clear about the pinch points, the pressures. The only question that I have, and you might want to just respond afterwards, I think, there has been a number, 3 or 4 comments where you've, as officers, have said, yes, we're okay to move the mesh block, very small mesh block. And so the question is, well, why haven't you done it? But answer that afterwards, if you don't mind, and then we'll go into the, just so we understand, because that will just clean up a couple of things for us. So, thank you for the presentation so far, Leanne. So we're happy there. We'll park that up now and we'll just go to the submitters and obviously pick up those observations in terms of the right of reply afterwards. Brilliant. Okay, so the first up is the Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust. Viviana, welcome. Now, where are they going to, on the end here? Brilliant. So Viviana, welcome. The process is pretty simple. Take the opportunity to summarise your observations, and then the commissioners have the opportunity to ask points of clarity, and then later on in the day the council has the right of reply, and they hopefully will pick up some of those challenges that you've made, and we can then consider that as we evaluate and make our final decisions. So the floor is yours. Welcome. Just press that green button, I think.
While I find the submission.
Here we go. You're all go.
Thank you.
Just hold on for a second. What do you want to know?
I want to know where the submission is because I have foolishly not annotated this really down. In fact, there's no numbers, so
Okay, so just bear with.
hang on, it must
So
be
we get a.
1, 2, 3.
Page 17 on my count.
Yeah, right, it doesn't help my pages are in
No,
there.
just count.
All right, I'll
17.
catch up. I just I wish I'd noticed before. I haven't done that. I just, that's one of my notes. Good. Found it. Hooray!
Are you ready? I'm not. Right.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Viviana Zanetti and I'm the manager of the Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust, a grassroots organisation working for the betterment and the support of the Phillipstown residents. Currently, Phillipstown is split into 2 wards, Central and Linwood, and is included in the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board. The proposed review keeps Phillipstown, the whole Phillipstown in one single ward, which is Central, and puts it in together with Central, Innes and Papanui going further north, Christchurch. I'm aware you have our submission, so I will not repeat it, but I would like to focus on just 2 points. The first one is, in our first submission, we recognized that there was a point in having Phillipstown together with Central.
Would you mind, because the mask's getting a bit in the way, could
And I also speak really fast, sorry.
Indeed. I'm having trouble.
Apologies.
I might get you just to drop your mask down if you don't
May
mind. It will make it easier for us to hear.
I'm sure that would help all of us.
As long as you're comfortable to do so.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think, we are quite distant. Okay,
Thank you.
in our first submission, we acknowledged that there was a point in having Phillipstown together with Central, being a fringe neighbourhood. What happens in Central will, of course, have an impact in Phillipstown, especially in a city like Christchurch that has been under rebuilt, and Phillipstown, which is the neighbourhood with the lowest median cost of houses and land, and that presents a lot of options for redevelopment and rebuilding. However, there is a point of difference for us, being a fringe meeting. Phillipstown presents compact business and commercial industrial area on the west side of it. It is about 1/4 of the whole neighborhood, and that compact area is a buffer between Central and the residential areas of Phillipstown, and pushes Phillipstown residential areas towards Linwood. This results in Phillipstown residents community of interest being in Linwood ward rather than in Central. Our community goes shopping at Eastgate Mall, which is in Linwood ward, use medical services in Linwood ward, and is educated in Linwood ward. For this reason, the Trust stated at that time and states again that the disagreement with Phillipstown being put together with Central Ward and in the Central Central Innes and Papanui Community Board. The second element is that although in our original submission we express our appreciation with Phillipstown being, the whole Phillipstown being just in one ward instead of being split in 2 wards like it is currently, The disagreement about Phillipstown being put together with Central was greater than the appreciation, and the order of statement listed in our submission did not indicate a priority in our preference. In fact, we continue thinking that not enough consideration has been put in ensuring that our community is best represented by the people who know them best, and along with the communities where there are similar interests, common interests. Phillipstown is a really vulnerable community. It's really high in the deprivation index. It's a working class neighborhood. And it's a really ethnically and culturally diverse neighborhood with a greater Maori and Pacific presence and a high rate of migrants, especially from Asian countries. 1/3 of the population was born overseas, and there is a high percentage of people arriving really recently in New Zealand. Statistics paint a neighborhood, potentially transient neighborhood where social cohesion can be affected by the ethnically and culturally diversities, and the challenge is really to bring our community together and to break the barriers between long-term residents and newcomers, but also among newcomers themselves. Being divided in 2 different wards in the last years has given us the opportunity to understand what the support from the different 2 wards it looks like, and taking into consideration the recent history of electing member supports to the Phillipstown community, we are of the extreme strong view that the Phillipstown community is better represented from the Linwood ward rather than from Central. And we are really worried and concerned that the proposed change in boundaries, if implemented, will affect the community. It's already a vulnerable community, and it might be further disadvantaged by the review. Kia ora, thank you.
Can you give me an example of what you mean by being disadvantaged? So if we were to support the recommendation from the council, can you give me a tangible example of your concern? What might that look like?
The feeling from the community is that not much attention has been put on the Phillipstown community in the last years. An example could be, for example, Ferry Road, that is that road that was mentioned before. Ferry Road, in 2014, there was an engagement process about the future developments of Ferry Road, which is a really long road. After 6-7 years, the piece of Ferry Road in Phillipstown is the same as 10 years ago, while other parts of the road in different neighborhoods have been implemented, beautified, and the feeling from the community is that there was an engagement. The feeling is that there was an engagement and nothing has happened after the engagement. So why even bother?
Sorry, dispatch. Sir.
Are you able to pop outside?
The feeling is that there was an engagement. People gave their time and the effort in working with council about the design of the future Ferry Road. Nothing has happened, and now the long-term plan has pushed funding to 2031 at least. So that is the attention. There is a feeling from our residents that Phillipstown is not taken into consideration, and that is one example.
Okay, so I'll extend that then. So if we were to take your proposition for the boundary alterations, how does that remedy the issue of 7 years delay?
I know that we don't need to personalize, of course, the representation review, but the support from the there is of course, there is a common interest, a community of interest. So with Phillipstown, demographically also it's similar more to Linwood Ward rather than Central. And there is already an established relationship with the community board in Linwood. And we feel that there is more attention from that side of town.
Okay. Did you get the opportunity have you had the opportunity to read the officer's response to your submission, just out of interest?
I think that the new draft wanted to recognise our appreciation for Phillipstown being in one ward, and that was the main I think that after our submission, that was the piece taken by council for any changes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be with you in just a second. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Just pop that side as well. Well, that's really up to you. We should keep them on, but it's up to you.
Good morning, Commissioners. If it's all right, I will take my mask off for clarity. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Chrissy Williams tōku ingoa. Just as a way of introduction, I'm a former City Councillor. I resigned partway through the term in 2010 term, but still hold an interest in local government. My submission today is not about boundary change, so perhaps a little bit refreshing for you. It's much more fundamental about fair and diverse representation. So the change that I put to the council in initial proposal was this fundamental change that to have only 6 wards, not 16. So 5 city wards, and those would be the wards of the community board areas, so they would become called wards, and Banks Peninsula ward remaining as in the proposal. And I've always supported Banks Peninsula being a community of difference. So that's what I'm suggesting, is that you have those 6 wards. They've got their names, they've got their boundaries, but for each one you would elect 3 councillors, not 1 per small area. As a consequential change, the community board areas would be divided into, the wards that I'm calling wards now would be divided into subdivisions for community board electoral purposes. So you would have, for example, the Spraid and Cashmere Heathcote subdivisions of the Waihora ward. And in each of those you would elect 2 people, except for the existing Wairewa subdivision, where there would only be 1. So the change I'm suggesting does not change the boundaries that have been put through in the final proposal, it does not change the numbers. It possibly gives a little bit more leniency about the plus or minus 10% over the larger wards, but it doesn't change that for the internal subdivisions, as I'm sure you're aware. The council's response to the final proposal, or in the discussion in March, and I haven't seen any more recent responses to my submission, so they haven't been provided to us, was that this method of election could lead to a number of representatives being selected from a single ward area, preventing fair representation. I understand what they're saying, so that if you've got a large ward area, you could get 2 people from one of the subdivisions elected to council. but no evidence was presented to support that argument. And currently, on the current council, you have one councillor who does not live in the ward they represent. So what does being elected from one area mean? Does it mean you live in that area so you can't represent the whole ward? So I'm not convinced by the council's counter-argument. The advantage of the multi-member wards that I'm sure that you're really aware of, and there's a reasonable amount of research around this, is that they generate both a more diverse list of candidates and a larger list of candidates and a more diverse council and more balanced representation. And the example I've used, with my limit to availability of data, I've looked at just the binary gender split and looked from 2001 to 2019. So from 2001 to 2013, there were 2 elected councillors per ward, and until Banks Peninsula was amalgamated in 2007. And you'll see that the percent of candidates of women ranged from about 30 to 40% at that time, and the number of women councillors was ranged from the low 23 in 2013, which is a bit of an anomaly, which I won't go into today, but up around the 45, 50%, nearly 60% in 2001. So, more than 50% of women. If you come to the last 2 elections, where we've gone to the 16 wards with one councillor elected, the number of percent of women candidates is reduced down to a third, and only 15% in the last election, and around a quarter to a third of women sitting on council. So really small numbers. Only 7 women candidates out of 46 in 2019. And what drives that is that I think people don't stand because they see that only one person is going to elected. If they're a person of different ethnicity, a different viewpoint, they probably foresee that they're not going to get elected, so don't invest the time, the money into standing. And so you get quite a limited range of candidates and a limited diversity around the council table. So that was just showing those 2 bits. Other advantages, they do provide more choice for electors. I think, if you've got 3 candidates, if you've only got 1 candidate, it's very hard for people to choose one person that's not sort of the mainstream, that's not the one that's highly present in the media. With 3, you've got a choice of choosing a man, a woman, someone who's different from the rest. So you've got a wider choice of candidates. You get more effective representation of communities of interest, and I think that problem that was just presented around Phillipstown of perhaps one councillor not being such a strong advocate, you'd have 3 councillors that could be an advocate for that community, not just a single one. So the councillors have equal responsibility for the whole ward. They distribute their workload, and I think they're more likely to make decisions in the best interests of the city. At the moment, it seems quite parochial, especially at LTP time, when councillors really get in. You get 16 wards being represented rather than say 5 or 6. And as the Mayor has just talked about, community board members can provide that local representation, and they do. I always wish they would get more delegations so they could provide that better. And I have quoted a paper by Jean Drage for some of this work if you want to refer to some of the research. My final comment that was listed in the council minutes was, and I don't understand it, and maybe I just raise that as an issue, that if you can understand it, that's good, but I don't. So I'll just raise that as a point. So in summary, I think there's something you could change really easily. You're not changing boundaries, and to have 6 wards instead of 16, and electing 3 councillors for the 5 city boards, and would make a huge difference to the representation we have around this council table. Thank you.
Well done, Christine. Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners?
I guess just one from me. Reading the council papers, they indicated that community support for the 16 ward model continues to be strong in Christchurch City.
I don't think an alternative was put up to them. My option wasn't put up to them, so it's a little bit hard to ask, do they support this when that hasn't been put to them? So yes, there might be support for 16 boards, but that was the only model put through this representation review. So you've got a choice of one. Which one do you want?
I do think that there is an opportunity in the right of reply for staff to respond as to the option to consider a proposition such as yours for the next review. I think that's something that can be asked because, you know, various options going out to the community is a viable process. So, yep.
On that subject, maybe a question for the officers and their right of reply is that in terms of the pinch points and the projected differences in population increase in parts of the city versus others, would a multi-member ward make some of that 10%, minutiae go away? Just, wondering.
Well, I argued it would for the wards, but possibly not for the subdivisions, for the community board subdivisions. You'd still have that same problem with the subdivision, although you're electing 2 community board people, so that may change the averages slightly for the plus or minus 10%.
I appreciate those observations that you've made, and I think there's some merit in some exploration there. And in conclusion, I'd hope you'd observe that in terms of agenda balance across this table, I feel decidedly disadvantaged.
I think you're totally advantaged, Chair.
So do we.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Trying to discourage him from pointing it out because it's very clear, isn't it, if you look.
Right, Aaron, is Aaron here? Welcome, Aaron. You just clear the table. I'm sorry, I neglect to allow 1 minute gap. Do the second gap because we're such a efficient. So welcome, Aaron. Aaron, I'm not quite sure I've seen how long you've been here, but the process is pretty simple. Just give us the presentation.
Yes.
Opportunity for officers to pick up and right of reply.
Absolutely.
Questions as well.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you face-to-face under the current level of COVID restrictions and things like today, continuing the process. The face-to-face submission, deeply appreciated. So thank you for your time. In short, what Chrissy said, ditto. But I'm not going to let you that off so lightly. It's my opinion that the representation review recommendations brought to Council earlier this year did not go far enough to address the issue of giving people better democratic choice through effective, fair and diverse representation. The recommendations by Council were more focused on statistical equality, which is part of the law. That is completely right. And it was based around geography and the ratio of electors to elected reps. And I feel that the weighting, the effort that was put onto that has created a kind of a short-sightedness over that whole fair, effective and diverse representation. Quite simply, councillors should be elected over at large over a board area, except Banks Peninsula, which is a special case. My submission here is to help address the lack of diversity of candidates running for election, and as a result, there is less diversity around the council table in terms of identity and of representative advocacy. I apologise for my submission today being in a binary context when it comes to sexual identity. In 2017, as Chrissy just said, seven of the 46 candidates for City Council were women. This is a problem, especially when we compare it to the recent history of council representation. Again, kind of broadly summarising what Chrissy had there with her presentation there on the slide. From 2001 to 2013, female candidates made up approximately 40% of candidates, and then becoming on average, more than 50% of councillors. That is fantastic, as far as representation of New Zealand as a population, as Christchurch, as a city. In the last two elections with single councillor wards, females were just 15 and 25% of candidates, and resulted in just 4 and 5 of the 16 seats at the council table. That is not representative of our city. It's not representative of New Zealand as a population. In 2016, the Christchurch City Council election for Banks Peninsula, sorry, I've gone to a very tactile thing here. 2016, there was one candidate for Banks Peninsula. They were declared, obviously, elected unopposed. Cashmere Ward in 2016, there was one candidate declared elected unopposed. I'm going on. Fendleton Ward, 2016, there was one candidate declared elected unopposed. Riccarton Ward, 2016, there was one candidate declared elected unopposed. 2016 is a great year if you want to get onto council. 2016, Waimari Ward, there were 2 candidates. Spraydon Ward, there were 2 candidates. Papanui Ward, there were 2 candidates. Linwood Ward, there were 2 candidates. You know where I'm going with this. Innes Ward, there were 2 candidates to choose from for 2016. And Heathcote, if you're two candidates. So there were 4 wards with 1 candidate, and there were 6 wards with 2 candidates. When it comes to choice, is that representative? It's a rhetorical question. Obviously, my answer to that's going to be no. This has been a failure, this single ward councillor representation. If there is an absence by a councillor, such as what has triggered the current Coastal Ward by-election, but also in 2017 a councillor took a leave of absence to run for central government for the election campaign there as well. Having councillors elected at large would see that ward still being represented at council. Under the current system, this isn't the case. That's not fair representation for those communities. Individual ward representation is still sound, with 2 community board members elected effectively at large across that ward area, and also currently female representation at a community board level is still good. It's still representative of our wider population, I believe. Individual ward, a secondary consideration, which isn't really part of, I think, the review, but it could come down to financing a campaign, which is obviously, it is a barrier for entry. So I'll just touch on that just lightly. In 2013, the average council candidate spent $4,871 on their campaign. In 2016, the average spend for those single councillor ward was $4,500. So a difference of around about $400, or 10%. I'm just about to finish up here. And a sample with a larger electorate is ECAN, for example. In 2019, an ECAN candidate for the northeast of Christchurch was successful in campaigning, spending less than $500, and that's across an electorate of representing 60,000 people. Another argument that comes up when it comes to members being elected at large is geographic boundaries which they represent and things like this. A councillor for Avonhead currently lives in Avonhead, currently represents Burwood. The current councillor that represents Riccarton lives in Mount Pleasant. For ECAN, the councillor that lives in Darfield represents Christchurch West. And that councillor spent $2,000 on a campaign. Again, I listened to the discussion, the debate around that was held in council chambers around public submissions to the review, and a few of these things are really touched on, I feel. The final point that I'd like to make, and Chrissy did just touch on it as well, is the lack of representative diversity around the council table for residents. When one councillor is elected for a specific ward, their views on a specific subject might be contrary to that of myself as a resident. How can I genuinely believe that our representative will represent my views equally around a council table or in briefings and in the lead up to decision making, if those views are contrary to my beliefs? I can't have confidence in that, particularly if they're very vocal about opposition to a particular stance. And it should not be up to me as a resident to try and convince that councillor to be to equally share my views. I feel left out. I feel unrepresented in that respect. If councillors were elected at large across a board area, I feel that I could find someone that would represent my views with equal vigour. I certainly believe the odds are there. When it comes to advocacy on an issue as part of a community, that would be a better outcome for democracy in Christchurch. Councillors should be elected at large over a board area for fair, effective and diverse representation. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Well done, Aaron. Thank you. Can I just, there'll be a question that we should put in terms of a right of reply, because in your submission, officers responded that councillors were provided with a range of options to consider, and they chose the one that they've chosen. Sure. It will be interesting in the right of reply to understand, and also goes back to Chrissy in terms of what were the options provided to councillors.
Yes.
And because that would help us to understand, remembering that when we get to our point of decision making, we can and do make recommendations for the next review to be laid out in writing for councils to explore. So I suspect that this might get a little bit of, we'll just see what what did the officers put through. It's not their fault what the result was, but what did they put through is the question.
Yep.
And maybe just as an extra to that, what did the community understand were the options?
That's a good point. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so there's 2 points, isn't there, to officers? What did you ask council, and then what did council put out to the community? Fair point, yeah. So thank you to you both. The same message, very interesting, and particularly graphically presented. Well done.
Yeah, no, thank you. Just to finish off there, I think that the options given to council by staff were slightly skewed, and then when it came to councillors making a decision around this representation review, you can't help but question an inherent bias around councillors that were elected under one system, the most current system for the past 2 elections, and obviously being successful under that, and then potentially wanting to overturn that or change that system that they were successful in achieving a seat at the table. When it comes to, as I said, representative democracy, residents are feeling left out again. Thank you.
Kia ora, Aaron. Thank you for your time today. Just playing a bit of devil's advocate and perhaps referencing some of your comments about increasing candidate diversity and options for elections. A cynic may say, and I'm not a cynic, just playing devil's advocate, that the reason why there were so few candidates in the 2016 election could have been that the community was happy with the representation that they'd already had, therefore no one was standing against them. Is that your sense of what was happening, or is it, do you think it all comes back to the status quo and the lack of options for increasing that diversity?
I'm not sure. Would be the short answer to that. When it comes to options around whether representatives are elected with a first past the post system or there were a number of submissions to the review to council supporting an STV vote system, which is throughout Dunedin, Wellington. There's a number of local government elections that are done through the STV process. When it comes to giving options to residents, there needs to be an education. So, kind of the status quo, that's worked, we'll just carry on with that type of system. That's comfortable for people. And there needs to be an education around, options that rather than just spring a question on people, there needs to be an education around that process, particularly if it's different to what's done right now. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Last one, Sue.
No, it's been answered.
You good?
Yeah,
okay.
thanks.
All right. So thank you for the presentation, and we'll look forward to Douglas's responses.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break now. We're 10 minutes late, or 15, but that's okay. So we'll take a 10-minute break, and let's try and be back here at 10:45, so about a 9-minute break.
Let's make it 15.
Eh? Song. Welcome everybody. Yana, you're already here, ready to go. Thank you. So you've seen the process and we're in your hands, so welcome.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. I make this submission in my personal capacity as a local elected member for the Linwood Ward. It does not represent the collective view of the Christchurch City Council. I've served as an elected representative for a ward that has included the Phillipstown Charleston community since 2001. My submission consists of 3 main points. A, that Council failed to give adequate consideration of submissions in regards to the community of interest for the Phillipstown Charleston area, that those submissions were used to justify a proposal that the community did not support. B, that there is no clear rationale provided for Council's decision to move the Phillipstown Charleston area into the central ward rather than keep it in Linwood, and that this goes against the principles of a community of interest. And C, that the justification for abolishing the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board is unclear, lacks any evidence as to why one board should be divided into 3, and there was no consideration given to the impact of this on the local community with the subsequent ward boundary changes that were proposed. And then just finally, I've just left you with 2 recommendations. One is that the Local Government Commission modify the proposal for the Linwood Ward to include the Phillipstown and Charleston communities within, as per the staff option 2, which I've attached. And 5, reconsider the abolition of the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, and if it does proceed to be abolished, then retain 2 out of the 3 wards in any new community board. So I'll just, on the back of my sheet, I've just looked at your website, and you talk about what makes a community of interest, and you talk about perceptual, functional and political. And you state, the report states on your website, the more clearly these attributes apply in a locality, the more confidently people in it can be said to have a community of interest. If the boundaries of a local government unit approximate a 3-dimensional community of interest, the unit will be a strong and viable one, representing a coherent social and economic whole. So with that being said, I just bring you to the presentation, which is, I've put a map of the Linwood area. It's not the Linwood Ward, but it just shows you right in the middle of the area is Linwood Park, is Eastgate Shopping, where I've done the yellow circle, and is a new pole that we've spent 20 years arguing for, which is going to open on Friday. So 20 years of a campaign to get swimming facilities into this community is about to come true. But what you can see from this map is that is clearly a focal point for the people that live in the Phillipstown Charleston area, and to look at the council proposal to divide that community is just unsatisfactory. Just going on, the other thing that I wanted to bring your attention to is the Ferry Road Master Plan. After the earthquakes, council embarked on how do we recover in our communities that were hit hardest, and we came up with the Ferry Road Master Plan. And I just wanted to quote from that document. The vision, the main objective is to reconnect the commercial centres in terms of how they look, feel and function, how they are accessed and their relationships with the people who work and shop there. And one of the main goals and actions was to bring people together. At the time, the Community Board said in its forward, when discussing the recovery and rebuild of the commercial centres along Ferry Road, Main Road corridor, the Board determined that the length of the corridor, despite its size, needed to be addressed as a whole, and the Board members firmly believe that decisions around the recovery and rebuild of one area will have a direct impact on the next, and that a unified and consistent approach to master planning will have long-term benefits for the corridor as a whole. I also wanted to touch on the issue of functionality and also perception, because the school zones look to the east, not to the north. And for Phillipstown in particular, that has basically since the earthquake had its school closed and merged with Te Waka Inua, which was the old Woolston school. This proposal completely fails to acknowledge the impact on that community of what has happened. So I've put a map of also the Linwood College zone, and again, sorry, this is from their website, but you can see it spreads to the east. It does not go up to Papanui Innis at all. And this is the Te Waka Inua school from the merged Phillipstown Woolston school. And you can see again very, very clearly the length of Ferry Road is a connector. It is not a divider, and it connects to the east. Now, the other thing that's really concerning is in the council submissions, what people said was not reflected in either the staff advice or taken into account for the decision making. And I would suggest that, in fact, if you read the council report, you could be mistaken for thinking that these communities supported what was proposed. But effectively, here's some comments from the local community. Linwood has no connection to North Christchurch and identifies more with Phillipstown, who we will lose, than with Spencerville, Parklands, those who are on the other side of the city. The people of Linwood do not travel to the other side of the city centre, so asking them to identify with people from the northeast corner and Waimak district is ridiculous. And another person, Linwood is better associated with existing Heathcote and Central wards rather than added to coastal Burwood. I live in Woolston and see the diversity actually is a good thing. We're served by the same secondary school and have worked in community development throughout this area. The links between the communities along Ferry Road and Linwood Ave are really valid and worth being kept together. What the council said in its slide in the presentation to councillors following the feedback was that they did actually acknowledge that the people here wanted to remain in the Linwood ward, and they say that in point 4, but then they say there would be required other changes, and they amend it to go into the central ward without any clear evidence as to why. The Charleston community also made very strong submissions to the council. I just wanted to acknowledge the residents from that association are here today in the audience. And what's really clear from their submissions as well is that they said that they would suffer by losing the local connection, that Charleston and areas like Phillipstown, Waltham and Linwood have very specific, especially social problems. Local representation and understanding of these circumstances is paramount. We strongly feel that we would not properly be represented by being forcibly joined with affluent northern parts of the city. We do not have any social, economic, cultural or geographic connections with the supposed northern wards that we would like to join. Our area is seen as eastern and we've always felt connected with the eastern hills, not the northern parts. Again, they talk to the schools and they feel that the proposal was designed solely with numbers in mind, but it lacks the nuance and recognition of a community and the feelings of the belonging. There's also another submission as well from a local resident in there. And they say the loss of representation as the east side of the city is unfair. We have little in common with the proposed inclusion with Waipapa, Papanui Innes area, because in the past the central area has always been associated with the east side of the city. If the proposal goes ahead, could we please become part of the Linwood ward? And that was really clear. But what did council staff say in the presentation? They said the request was to connect to the Pawa St Martin's Woolston area, and that the initial proposal be amended to locate the Charleston area in the Heathcote ward, which incidentally is not where council got to at the end. And so in the council report for the adoption of the final proposal to submit to you, and apologies, it's a little bit hard to read the faint text, the only rationale given in the council document in the report says the Charleston area is moved into the central ward to keep them with Phillipstown and inner city east communities. No further change is required to accommodate this, and it goes on to say that this is because of submitter request. Then 16, the boundary between Central and Linwood ward moves to Ensworth Road, Ferry Road, Randolph, Aldwins and Linwood Ave, retaining Phillipstown community within a single ward. And again, they say submitter request. No acknowledgement of what people actually asked for, which was to stay in the Linwood ward, and in particular, if the community board was going to be abolished and the central ward was going to be put with Papanui Innes, that they faced east, not north, and therefore it was even more critical that they felt that they should be retained in a ward that faced east. So the final point that I'd just like to leave you with is that the final slide, and then I'll just make a very brief concluding comment, is that the council staff actually did the work. This was an option that they put forward where you can see that Phillipstown and Charleston could easily be accommodated within the final proposal. This wasn't the option that councillors agreed to, but there is an option that the staff drafted which could have responded to the submitters' requests. And I think what's really important to acknowledge in conclusion, it's that this is a community that has a sense of needing a really strong voice, who has been through hell with the earthquake and back. They have struggled for many years to deal with the huge impact that the earthquake recovery and rebuild has had. And they really feel, and I think you've heard from some of the submitters today, that this is being done to them rather than with them. There is no, I would invite anyone to look at the council report and tell me how you can understand why a particular community board and a community has been so significantly disrupted with the evidence that's put in for you. I can see nothing in the council proposal, and I'll just bring it up quickly to quote from it in the final part of my deputation. That basically what we can see is that the council staff effectively in the report say that this is considered to be the most equitable option to ensure fair and effective representation, and that basically the only justification given is having city-based community boards of varying sizes had resulted in uneven distribution of resource, workload, and perceived ability to fairly and equitably represent the community. So in order to make the 2 ward community boards into 3 ward community boards, they just established the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board, and then they go on to say that this results in the majority of community boards across the city being retained, aligns with how communities in each of the affected wards affiliate with neighbouring wards to form larger communities of interest, and best provides for fair and equitable representation citywide. I would argue, please read the submissions that people have made to the council process. Please bear in mind that what's written in the council staff report in no way provides fair and effective and equitable representation for the communities of interest. You can see that very clearly, that probably one of the highest number of submissions from a local area has been blatantly disregarded in the proposal. So please look at this, please do the right thing and consider the impact that this will have on what is a very vulnerable community that doesn't deserve to be treated in this way. Thank you very much.
Thanks for those observations. Can you give me an example, a tangible example of the consequences if we were to support the proposition that's laid out? So give me the guts of an example of how the community will be disadvantaged. I mean, you've said they're going to be, but
yeah, sure.
Show me.
Very clear example, and when I read again on your report around talking to communities of interest, access to services, fundamental. For example, where is the service centre going to be located? When one of the submitters rang the council to find out with the proposal, they were told that it may go to the New Brighton service centre as their local one. We currently have a service centre, if you go back to that map of Linwood, that is right in the middle of that circle next to the Green Park. That's the current service centre and the local community boardroom. So people will have to travel, possibly to New Brighton. Now, I know in the hearings the staff said that there'd been no decision made on that, but the concern from local people is that they will have to travel way further. If you take Phillipstown and Charleston, for example, if the Papanui Innis Community Board comes together with Central, they'll then possibly have to travel to Papanui, and that is a very long, very cumbersome trip with, traffic, etc. And it doesn't recognise that community in particular will struggle to go that distance to participate in local government.
Okay, so service centre, location, anything else?
Well, boardroom, service centre, access to funding. There's a huge risk that these groups will lose access to funding that they've had because they will not have the same level of understanding at a representation level because of the split into 3. If 2 wards were stayed together, part of a new board, then they would obviously have a greater understanding. But the risk is of separating it into 3 different new community boards, or existing community boards, by getting rid of the one, that the groups that have traditionally relied on the relationships and the funding support have that at risk. Okay,
so I'll be looking for officers to respond both to those points, service centre, location and access to funding. My next question is, you made, sorry, the screen's just, can I just, sorry, on the slides that you put up there, talking about Charleston, the statement here, Charleston does not have any socio-economic, cultural or geographic connection. Can I ask the question, at which you support, do you seriously support social segregation?
Sorry, social segregation?
Well, that argument is about segregation.
No, I completely disagree with
you. Can you comment?
That argument is about a community that has worked together for a number of years, and effectively what they're saying is that their relationships as a community do not look to the north. if you look at the Greater Linwood Forum, for example, where all the residents groups and community groups come together once a month to discuss issues, that is much more in line with what they do, rather than imagine a Papa Nui Innis forum where the people from Charleston and Phillipstown are travelling halfway across town to a community that is completely different to theirs. So, I mean, I think, you need to have a sense of this is a very different community. That the inner city around the central city has got $1 million apartments. The house prices in these areas are completely different. It's not to do with segregation. It's to do with having, particularly when you're talking about access to resources and funding, to keep communities together at a local level so that they feel that they're represented properly and fairly. And the risk that they've got is that if they're combined with other areas where they don't have commonality, is that they actually get overwhelmed and lose their identity because of the structures that are put in place, particularly when you go from, again, having one ward be put into an existing community board, which has already got established patterns of funding. It does, I think, put them at huge risk.
Okay, last question is, so you said you're a council, so why did the council adopt the option that they chose, which is against the staff recommendation?
For the Charleston ward, that was on the day, there were two options that staff had drawn up, and I suspect that the reason that they put that forward, and it could have went the other way, but effectively it was to try and keep Phillipstown, Charleston together, and rather than go into the Heathcote ward. But again, I asked the question of staff on the day, can you give me a map of the Phillipstown area? What's the Phillipstown community to justify your proposal? And they couldn't even do that. It's really clear that with the proposal that the staff had actually developed, there was an opportunity to respond to the submissions in a fair and equitable way. And yes, there'd be some minor boundary adjustments for some of the other wards, but fundamentally, once they'd made the decision to abolish the community board and to put the central ward with Papa Nui Innis, they should have given more weight to the fact that the Phillipstown Charleston area should have remained in the Linwood ward and faced east rather than north. And that's really the essence of my proposal.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from commissioners? Sue has a question.
Please help. On the day of the discussion for the final recommendation, the officers put together how many options?
They emailed around two options for the Linwood ward, central ward. Yeah.
And what was the guts of them?
I'm happy to provide them to you. Effectively, it really came on the day to which councillor moved which option first, and one got the political support.
I think what we'll do is we'll ask.
I think I'm more interested in the
I think.
Yeah, the outcome.
Write a reply.
Yeah,
We'll
yeah,
hear
no, that sounds good to me.
Okay, thank you.
Just so what the two options were, and so what were they, and then they were addressing what? Given there's two criteria.
Yeah, that will come back.
Yeah, and I'm happy with that.
Right, I think, are we done? Yes, Janie, you right?
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm good.
Okay, well done. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Yanni. So our next, we'll just clean the table. Staff will sort that out. On those things
That's cool. I quite like it when people do things like that. Oh, here we go.
On the rights of reply, please.
Another one. Gosh.
We've got prompts there that will help us if we miss anything.
Yes, I can write them down. Yeah, I can
Thank you. Thank you. So our next presenter is Mike.
No, he's not available.
Mike's not available.
Okay.
So
Are we going to Helen?
Helen will be speaking.
Okay. Thank you. So is Mike turning up at all, or is that's not happening?
No, he's not available.
Not available. So we're calling on Helen Broughton. Welcome, Helen.
Could probably do, but
Page 5.
page 5. They've got the officers down.
Welcome, Helen. We're in your hands.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to this, particularly with the COVID round. Can I just say I'm coming in first. I did a personal submission on Riccarton. I was a joint submitter for the whole board, and so I'll do my personal submission first in the first 10 minutes, and then we'll move to the board submission. Andre Moore, I understand, might join me for that, but Mike Moore is ill and has apologised. But my personal submission is not out of line with the board submission. So my name's Helen Broughton. I've been on local government for 25 years, having served 12 terms as a councillor. I have been involved in 3 previous reviews, and I'm involved in this one as I actually feel quite concerned about what's happened to, in fact, Riccarton. So I can see I'm slightly out of my age group, and that you have hard copies, so I must learn how to actually do PowerPoints. But basically, the first proposal that came out for Riccarton was really lopsided, and in Appendix 1, you see the green line was the first proposal, but what it took out was an area to the north of Pier Street. So basically, Riccarton has largely faced north. It's included the heritage features, it's the foundation borough, also the, in fact, university and a sort of number of schools. So basically, in this map, as you will see, that area there, which was Riccarton, has been taken out, and the long stretch there, which is Hornby, was put into Riccarton. So there's not a community of interest with Riccarton, and particularly that northern part, which is in fact Hornby. Can I just say on the process, I don't agree with the statement made by an officer that the community boards were actually consulted on a sort of number of times. We had a blue skies consultation prior to, in fact, Christmas. That was fine. Early February, we had a week to put forward proposals in fact, writing. And then we did a formal submission. So it was very difficult to have the to and fro with the council staff. I actually said at one stage, could I sit down with the council staff and look at mesh blocks? Because we were struggling with that as a board. And the answer from a senior manager was in fact no. So I think basically early consultation at the start was fine, but after that it was formalised. And some of the issues I'll go through, when we made a formal submission, there were changes, which was good, but some changes weren't made, and we had no way of saying, couldn't you just adjust this? Once they had formal submission, hearing by council, it was like an RMA panel, that was it. So there's 2 small ones which could be changed and no problems, in effect, my view. Now the first one is Matai Street, and our board and myself have argued this from the start. This has been in Riccarton for 25 years. The current boundary, which is the river, is there. There's a major tree-lined cycleway on Matai Street. So if any concerns, if you split this, if you have a concern about the cycleway, we're going to have a debate about which board handles it. The local residents association, Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Association, has actively represented this area, the whole area, on planning, and was successful in a very difficult district plan process in 2016, and they actually won it for all residents around there. There's a current challenge from central government, national policy standards on urban density. This area will have to fight this again. So within 5 years, this whole area will have to fight. And if you look at Appendix 2, you will note that the boundary is along there, Matto Street, but some of the zoning, which is transitional zoning, goes over the other side of Matto Street. So in terms of the current zoning, it's much more aligned with this Riccarton area than going into Fendleton, which round there is largely suburban density. So there will be a major challenge to this area on the national policy standards on urban development, and I actually believe this area should stay in effect, Riccarton. And there's 240 people. Now I've got it from on an email and from the order paper that went to council. In this order paper, the council say that they're quite relaxed as to whether this area stays in Fendleton or goes to, in fact, Riccarton. It's always been in Riccarton. It was moved to, in fact, Fendleton. But the staff are saying it's quite okay if the councillors wanted to move it to stay in, effect, Riccarton. So that's a very strong request. If you look at the third appendix, after we had the formal submissions, there's a tiny area there which was taken out of Riccarton and moved to Fendleton. It's got 80 people, and it's by Riccarton Bush and House. Now, Riccarton Bush and House is a historic house, Heritage One. The bush is over 2,000 years old, and the people in that area are very linked to the bush and the people round that whole area, rather than being moved through to in fact, Fendleton. And there's a major road going through there, which has always been the boundary. So I'm probably asking you to keep those 80 people in Riccarton, plus the 240 people in Matto Street. And from my calculations, that's still under the 10% threshold. Is Andre here at all? The other bit is more complex. There's a large chunk of Riccarton, which is there, which after the formal submissions was transferred to, in fact, Fendleton. We had no say in that at all. But to move it back to, in fact, Riccarton, you would have to do a swap because those figures won't work. So what the board is proposing is that
Hold on, I'm getting confused. You're talking on your own account or on the board's account? Because you said you were going to speak on your own account to start with. Now you're saying the board. So I just want to know what you're doing.
Oh, it's both at present.
So you're doing both now. So to be clear, when you started, you said you're going to talk on your own account. Then you said you're going to speak on the board's account. Now you're speaking on both. So I'm going to say you're speaking on the whole lot together, rather than creating any more confusion.
Okay. Very strong on the two small areas, but I'll speak on behalf of, in fact, the board now, if you like.
Yep.
So basically that area in Fendleton, it's has been moved through to, in fact, Fendleton. Yep. Now, it's always been part of, in fact, Riccarton for 25 years. And if you were going to keep that in Riccarton, there'd have to be a swap within the ward, because otherwise the figures won't work. So the board has accepted the fact that this area here, the Racecourse Road to Middle Park Road, Epsom Road and Yaldhurst Road, has 1780 people. This area has 110 people, and so there could be a swap. So this area would stay in effect Hornby. And that's the board's judgment, and we've done figures on it. The other area, which we have slight concern about, is Brodie Street. That's this area here. And that aligns to a supermarket, old people's home, and largely housing for elderly. Self-contained housing on smaller sections for elderly. So if we asked for that through the council hearing, we as a board, it wasn't accepted, but there's 420 people in there. So the swap would be that you could use that Fendleton area and that supposedly, and that Brodie Street area, which would bring you to about 1500, and that could be swapped for this area here, which is 1780. Hornby want to keep this area, so there's no issue about trying to take something away. And Hornby would actually go further. We have it in our council submission, that they would even go further and take the area to the main South Road. That's an area there. But that's only if that's suited and was in fact possible. And that's 800 people. Because this area around here is currently Hornby. So just to clarify the reasons for keeping this area in Riccarton, all the houses have been built about 1925, but there's a lot of new housing now. All the trees are named after trees: Henau Street, Puriri Street, Tokra Street, Rata Street, Kauri Street. There's a whole area of trees there and around Riccarton Bush. There is new housing coming in, so it's not just character housing, but it was developed at the same time. Clyde Road is, having a look here, is on the Clyde Road area is against the actual university. So there's the university, Clyde Road, and then housing. So this issue of the interface with students and the university has always been a Riccarton issue. It's the one that we handle the student parties and student vandalism and noise. So it's not an overwhelming amount of concern, but it's there in fact from time to time. And I do think that this clear boundary line, the actual road, should stay as the boundary. It's currently the boundary, but if you took out this area to Fendleton, it's really you sort of diving down here, diving up and diving back again. So I think we could keep that straight road as the boundary. It's currently the boundary. We've actually said take some on that other side for, in fact, Fendleton, with just a few houses, but take it. And I think we can do the swap, because we can swap that area going to Fendleton and Brodie Street for that area which Hornby wish to in fact retain.
Helen,
which they currently have it.
I think you've argued, you've given the arguments very strongly there. We'll look for the officers' responses, which will assist us.
Thank you.
And part of their consideration when they respond is what is the overall factor in terms of growth in the area, because you've not made any comment at all around how the officers are considering over the next duration of growth. Yes,
We certainly, we've just looked at the figures as they are.
yeah, I've got that.
I've
yeah.
gone back to the actual legislation, and it seems that you focus on communities of interest and being under all the minus 10%. So I've looked purely at that rather than growth, because I'm not sure you have to think about it legally. I'm sure it's there as a concern, but I'm not sure it's illegal. But that's
It's actually quite important.
okay. Yes. Now, has Andre arrived? No. No. Okay. So back to the board submission, or completely on the board submission. The board is very keen, and Andre, I think, is keen on this, on keeping an area called Copper Ridge, and it's currently in Hallsville. It's gone to Hornby, but the board would strongly argue to put it back in effect Hallsville. I'm sorry if I can just find this. Yes. So it's. So I'm just trying to actually find it here. Just a minute. Yes, it's sort of on page 2.2 of the board's submission. The board is concerned, however, that a small part of Hallsville that was included in the Hallsville ward in the initial proposal that went out for consultation and was proposed in the board's submission to remain in Hallsville is now no longer proposed to be in the Hallsville ward. And I think there's 160 people in that area who would move from Hornby back to, in fact, Hallsville. Oh, here it goes. It's a number of 160 residents. So that's very strongly supported by in fact, the board, and because it's such a small number, we hope that you can accept that. I'm deputy chair of the board, by the way, too. So
Okay, right. So I think we've got a pretty good picture of the perspectives.
Thank you.
And I think you'll be aware that some pretty significant commentary back from officers that we will obviously digest shortly. So, Commissioners, questions? Benita, you had a question?
Yes. So,
just get your microphone going and take your thing off if you have to.
Kia ora.
Green for go. Okay, thank you. You'll bear with me, this is my first, I'm Bonita Bigham, this is my first hearing, so if I may just indulge the hearing at the moment. Just a point of clarification, your comments around when you referred to this map and your appendix, and your comments around zoning, etc., are you referring to a future district plan review, and you talked about the national policy statement?
But even further than that.
Okay, so I just that's all I needed for that.
Yes,
I just need to understand. Sorry. I just need to understand.
You asked the question.
Yep. I just need to understand. In our considerations, do we take future district planning things in? Is that part of the scope of what we do? I just wanted to be very clear.
It's very appropriate that you've asked the question made by the submitter in relation to the district plan. And so you're asking so the process is you're going to ask the question, what do you mean by that?
Yes.
And give us your answer. What do you mean by it?
It's basically a density zoning.
Yep.
It's similar to what the other parts of that ward are actually about.
The district
And the
process.
local residents association is the one who advocate for them and individuals. There's a planning challenge ahead, and I think they need to be with that larger group to be able to argue effectively. If they were just cut off, they'd be sort of on their own, basically.
So the second part of the question is
Is that relevant to the-
more broadly across us. We take full consideration to all that which might impact as a consequence of the decision that we make. We'll factor all of those observations in there. My sense is that it's, help me, Janie, it's not a high priority
Well, it's
for
the
us.
communities of interest, of
Yeah.
which I guess district plan zoning might be a piece.
Yeah.
But it's different legislation
Yeah.
with different objectives.
So I just wonder how much weighting
Yeah.
to put on it.
Yeah.
So newbie, just wanting to
That's
clarify.
fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for
All
the
good
question.
otherwise?
And my other question also would be, Helen, appreciate that you've run a lot of the numbers as to moving and swapping,
I know,
etc.,
yes.
etc. Do you have any sense on how your suggested moving and swapping will impact on other wards or areas?
Yes. On Matai Street, I've checked with the Fennelton people, and they're very comfortable with that. Girvan Street I haven't checked, but it's 80, and I'm sure that's fine. There may be an issue with the Fendleton people on that larger swap.
Right.
I don't know.
But you haven't checked with staff as to how that may impact any of those numbers?
I've looked at the Fendleton figures,
Right.
and the figures would still be within that plus or minus 10% for in fact Fendleton.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's helpful.
That'll do. Jane?
Helen, you talked about the 450 elderly people.
Yes, in Brodie Street, yes.
You didn't give me any reason why they should remain.
Yes. They're probably more linked to Upper Riccarton than Waimari. And I have checked with the Waimari councillor. He's quite okay if they stay in fact Riccarton. It's I suppose as you go further north, you get more suburban housing, families and children, middle-aged people, if you like, with older children. This area around here has got a large supermarket, Villa Maria School, and then pockets of older people who live either in the residential care unit or small units. And it links more with the Island Park people who are in fact Riccarton. So there's somehow, it would only be half the street by the way too, wouldn't it? Yeah, so it would be down the centre of in fact Brodie Street.
So have you talked to these people? Have they expressed a discomfort?
Sorry?
Have you talked to them?
No, actually, no, it's one thing I haven't done.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so you were just thinking that they've probably got more of a community of interest.
Yes, yeah, and it's closer to the shops. Yes.
Closer to the shops. So
Yeah.
they can still access the shops, even though their boundary has been moved.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'm playing
No,
devil's advocate.
so I suppose it's a kind of built-up area, a mixed-use area. When if you go over the other side of Brodie Street and further up, it's residential housing.
But explain to
that's-
me,
yeah.
why does that matter?
Sorry.
You know, I'm playing devil's advocate. Why does that matter? Who cares?
Well,
To be really devil's advocate.
No, just probably on the community of interest. I've been round to see people on local issues around there, and there seems to be, because they're older, there does seem to be a certain type of issue. Now, if you go further out, they aren't as active as phoning sort of elected members, and I think it's more, it's less pressured, if you like. Yes.
But then people can change on community boards. So
Oh,
there
yes.
may be a different emphasis. So
Yeah,
I guess I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I
I
can't
don't-
see a really strong argument.
No. We did put it forward as a board to go down Brodie Street, so we put that through to council. And I think the reason it wasn't accepted was because of numbers. But if we do that swap with, in fact, Hornby, that becomes possible. So
Okay.
it's not possible if you don't swap with them.
Yeah. We've got a couple from Sue.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address the microphone because apparently if I do this, nobody can hear.
Okay, thank you.
What are the impediments to having a cycleway go through more than one community board area?
Sorry, I didn't catch.
The impediment. What are the problems caused when a cycleway transverses two or more community board areas?
Oh, well, it's just that I suppose we're saying that this is historic. This is our current boundary, but also it has got a cycleway. And I do think if there are problems, we had problems with it at, in fact, the start of it. There were problems from, in fact, residents saw them. And so you'd be having one side doing, where would the cycleway be? Probably on the actual other side, basically. Yeah, it just seems more coherent if it's together.
Okay, next question.
Again, in terms of the moving of that area to Hornby, this is on your Appendix 3.
Yes.
What are the implications of that, given that it's the same community board area?
I'm sorry, I haven't.
Well, if I got it right, it's the Hornby.
It's a Hornby swap, if you like.
Yes, but it doesn't move in terms of the community board area, does it?
No. So it's sort of an internal swap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to move on. We've given significant time to this.
Oh no, one other question. This is a thing. What years are you giving those population figures from, and whose figures are they?
We've got them from the council staff.
Okay.
And so when I've quoted 300 or 240, that's come from that council staff.
But you don't know what year it is for?
No, it's this year,
Okay.
I presume.
Okay.
This year.
Cool.
Okay,
Cool. Thanks,
brilliant.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Helen.
Thank you
we
very
now
much
move.
indeed.
We'll just wait to get the table cleared.
Thank you.
And then we're going to call on David Hawke from the Hallswell Residents Association.
Thank you.
So he'll be up next. We won't be taking the 5-minute break that's been allocated. We'll just keep pumping.
This one. Page 16.
So we're on page 16, correct?
David.
It's David. Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Yep.
Welcome, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fantastic. Pretty straightforward process. Give us your view of the world and we'll ask some questions and then we'll go into consideration later on.
I'll just make sure that I can get the slides to work properly. So, yep, that's all good.
Okay.
I know which button to push.
Thank you.
Okay, so kia ora, ko David Hawke aho. So,
Hold on, can we I just might want to drop your mask because we're just struggling to hear a little
Only
bit.
if you're comfortable, though.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Yep, I might. I'll just put it there. Right, so my name's David Hawke, so I'm one of the co-secretaries of Horsell Residents Association. So normally I would have either Adele Garatz, our other co-secretary, or John Bennett, our chairman, with me today, but they're watching online to keep the numbers here in the chamber a bit lower. But beginning with a very brief description of our position. So I'm assuming, I think, that you've got our hard copy in front of you, which is cool. So Horsell's been growing rapidly for maybe 20 years, and especially since the 2010-2011 earthquakes. The two photos that we've got on the screen up here illustrate the issues from our point very well. So a lot of urban construction, and also there is the question of the boundary. So this is the southern motorway. So on the right to the northeast is Horsell, and on the left is the suburb of Wigram. We often seem to have I'm sure every residents' association says this, but we often seem to have notice taken of our views. So representation itself has become a topic that's really dear to our hearts. So we're approaching this question of representation at 3 levels, 3 spatial levels. So one is a very global, sort of almost New Zealand-wide sort of level. So that's participation in local government processes, whether elections or consultations. Then pulling into a city-wide spatial scale of boundary allocation, and our submission makes particular reference to the Banks Peninsula question. And then we come right down to the local level, which is our Hallsville-specific issues, which is where Hallsville begins and ends, and philosophies around ward boundaries. And one of the things that we're quite strong on, where possible, is to minimise future changes as Hallsville grows. In the last representation review, we were criticised by the Commissioner for what he saw as a limited extent of our representation. One of the things that's really important is that we don't claim to represent Hallsville in all its complexity, but we do our best to represent as much of the diversity as we can. So this time we ran a short Facebook survey. So this is material that you haven't got in front of you. And what we're trying to do there is to engage a demographic we don't usually hear from, and also we think is not strongly reflected in council processes. So I'm just going to work through that survey. So the first level is at this sort of fairly global level. So I'll push the advance button. And so the name of my ward councillor. So this is 120 responses we got from this. And if you look at that, I'm sure you'll recognise the lady at the top left is Megan Woods MP, the lady at the bottom right is Tracy McClellan MP, and neither of them are our ward councillors. And if you add the people who thought either of them were our ward councillors to the don't knows, you've got nearly 50% who don't know who their representative is. And in our view, that's something that the Commission, you can't solve that, but you need to at least not make it worse and make some progress toward getting on top of it. So we think you need to set boundaries so that people can actually build up a sense of belonging. So this is taking a long game, and it's pretty obvious that we don't have that at the moment. The second one we want to look at is the Banks Peninsula question. So what we've got here is an interesting one. So in our committee, we're pretty strong. We're very strong that Banks Peninsula has got a special status that it should not have. But if we go into our wider, our Facebook survey, people are a bit more, we didn't use the word Banks Peninsula, but they're a bit more equivocal. But I think we think that you need to take a pretty long, hard look at that status of Banks Peninsula. And actually in our submission, one of the things that actually Councillor Turner, who's the current councillor for Banks Peninsula, he came up with a graduated way in which you could bring Banks Peninsula into the wider city. One of the things that we would point out to you is there are 700 houses not yet constructed, 400 are consented, another 300 planned on that sort of south-east corner of Hallsville. Why not start bringing them in? And not a cold turkey, because, you have to understand that, they've got a long-standing community of interest in Banks Peninsula, but why not broaden it out a bit and start to make a move to integrate them more deeply into our city? Then we go to Hallsville-specific issues. So if I push my button again. So the natural boundary for Hallsville Ward. So Helen Broughton alluded to this a moment ago, and she referred also to the submission that Andre Moore is going to make, I think. We strongly think that the State Highway 76, the Southern Motorway, is a very natural western boundary for Hallsville. And in our Facebook survey, totally down the line. So we think that you need to set a Hallsville Ward boundary that reflects geographic realities, the motorway, and is a reflection, it's a very useful reflection of community of interest. And that setting that boundary You combine that with what we talked about just a moment ago about catering for some of our growth by a movement to Banks Peninsula. We think that that sort of boundary is going to last for a good long time. So move Wigram out and move Awatea and Copper Ridge back in. I've done my best to keep to time, so thanks for listening and kia ora.
Thank you very much for keeping to time, David. It's fantastic. I was just highlighting a question I needed to ask you. So, officers' response was initially the boundary had been drawn down the southern motorway, a significant geographic boundary which you've identified. However, after taking on board feedback provided during the submission process, the boundary was shifted. So, officer recommendation clearly at some point was to follow your thoughts, but they've been influenced by feedback. Are you aware of that feedback?
Yes.
And
we would throw back the comment that was thrown to us in the last representation review. How many people does that represent? So how many this is a rhetorical question. So the actual, and this is a real problem with this whole process, is the number of actual people who are engaged as a proportion of the city is very, very small. And so, you can get, I think, someone's going to correct me on this, I think there was about 40 Wigram submissions favouring inclusion. As I say, I certainly would stand corrected on that. Whereas we've got a ward of 26,000 people. And,
yeah, so the process is the process. In your city, you had 226 submissions and 41 orals, so less than 360 people across your city of how many tens of thousands. That's democracy in its purest form.
Yeah.
So we know that's how we deal with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So so very, very, very modest numbers. 2 or 3 people can influence thinking, I would suggest. So that's just. But I am interested to understand, and we'll get feedback from officers in their right of reply. And the question to officers will be, how strongly were you in your thinking around that geographic, pretty obvious boundary, and what were the influences that changed it? So we'll just understand what that might be.
I'm very aware too that Hallswell, as currently proposed, is over its average, over its ward size. It's about plus 7%, I think. Yeah, and we're a growing area, so what's going? We can't have this.
We're going to go.
That's right. So we come back to our suggestion, which is you chop halls. Like this is, it's not like that. We love the people in Wigram, but you sort of say we've got to take account of where the natural boundaries are. The natural boundary is the motorway, and Hallswell is a rapidly growing area. So sooner or later, Wigram is going to have to move.
Or you reduce another community board like you have this time.
That, you heard Councillor Johansson a wee while ago, and his views on the disruption that process is causing.
Yeah.
Kia ora, David. Thank you. I was quite. Oh, sorry. Can I just pull this down a bit clearer? I was quite interested in a comment you made around bringing Banks Peninsula in, and I acknowledge the concerns around what seem to be taken as inequitable representation through numbers, etc., for Banks Peninsula compared to the rest of the city. And you just made a comment around why not start to bring Banks Peninsula in, especially in the areas, was it southwest Hounsville where there's a lot of construction? Sorry if I might have got the area a bit wrong, right. But that construction. Playing devil's advocate, how might that look or feel for people in that new construction area if, to even up the numbers, they were pushed out to Banks Peninsula in reverse of expecting Banks Peninsula to come to the city? Just wondering about reversing that train of thought and sending them over the hill to be a part of that community rather than what you're suggesting.
Yeah, that's really interesting, because one of the things in the initial proposal was that Kennedy's Bush, which is a long-standing part of Horsfall, was divided straight down the middle. And my word, there's some upset people about that. And I think the thing with the idea of that area on that sort of southeast corner is at the moment the people don't live there. So they would be moving into an area that, if you like, they're cold turkey. They're coming in cold. Whereas if you go, as you say, you start dividing up existing areas, and you heard Helen Broughton a moment about the consequences of what you do with that. This is an opportunity that we think the Commission has, is to minimise those sorts of issues exactly as you're talking about. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I've got all of the questions are on the PowerPoint with all of the responses and all the rest of it. So you've got access to that should you want it.
If you could just give me a moment. Sorry. We'll just give it. Thank you. Sorry. Just that. Enter key.
Kia ora, everybody. And I would start off. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the Christchurch City Council. I've heard some of the debate this morning around what was given out to us as a community. As a community board, we were given two options, but as a residents group, we had a very robust discussion around what we thought the council could look like, how many councillors, whether we agreed with one councillor or councillors over the wards, and we've got an 8,000 plus following on our Facebook page as well, and there was quite strong debate on that as well. So maybe we took the initiative, but we certainly considered all options and didn't restrict ourselves to what the Christchurch City Council had proposed. But there was very strong feeling, and only one of our members objected having one sole councillor representing us, and we felt we were very well represented by our community board members and our councillor, and we would hate to see that disappear. There was also the feeling that if we weren't happy with our councillor, that we did actually have the opportunity to go to another councillor with our community board and put our case there if we felt we weren't being heard. So we were happy with what the Christchurch City Council would put forward. So we have a need and a want. Hopefully I haven't disgraced my economics teacher from 1984, but our need is don't change the current Yoldhurst boundary. So the boundary at the moment is proposed to come down the West Coast Road. We would like to see it come down the old West Coast Road. You can see that area of dirt and gravel there. There's approximately at least 7 quarry operations in that area. And the gentleman sitting beside me, Ross, is our full-time volunteer doing quarry submissions, fighting the quarries for the residents. And as I say, we've built up a lot of knowledge in a very short time, and by splitting it between 2 community boards, we feel we'd lose what we've built up. We have a community of interest with Yoldhurst and have supported them with the quarries. There's a quarry group that includes people from Hornby and Yoldhurst, and also the Templeton area, which is covered by this community board. The proposed change doesn't have a big impact on the plus or minus 10. It's more about getting those quarries kept within our ward rather than an increase in residential numbers. I come now to the want, and that should read Middle Park Road, not Middleton Road, so I do confuse you with another street name. Now, our reason for this is Saltburn and Hornby have long been communities of interest. You've heard that the community board support both these changes that we've put to you today. The old Saltburn Service Centre actually serviced the Hornby area, and we've fought with the Saltburn Residents Association, and while they aren't a approved group, they're moving down that train. We're working with the Saltburn Residents Association on that. But we helped them over 10 years try and get the demolition of a building that looked like it was out of a war zone, and we've finally achieved that. It's just come down now. So there is history between the two residents groups. The old Saltburn pool was frequently used by Hornby residents, and I think we'll see when the Hornby pool's up and operational that those people in that area will come in and use the Hornby pool. So we feel we want to keep them as part of our area. I think it's important for Saltburn as well. It's starting to lose its name. We want to help them retain their name. It was on 7 Sharp how Saltburn was losing, it lost its school name. So we want to keep what we have in the Saltburn shops within that Hornby ward. Saltburn and Hornby are family. It's just as simple as that. And it goes back a long time. And we've fought the battles with Saltburn rather than the Riccarton ward or the Halsall ward. Just to help you out with some comments about the Wigram area, and that would, I think, would come to us if it was to change. We would be opposed to that, and the only reason is we got very strong feedback from so there's an old Wigram and a new Wigram. There's an Aratia Gardens, the new Wigram, and we got strong feedback from our Facebook page, is they want to stay with the Halsall area. They do not want to come into Hornby. Whereas we had the opposite from the old Wigram area, that they feel they want to become part of the Hornby area, the older streets, the old Air Force base housing that's in there. There's an area of Ryan Park, and we thank the council for this, that they've moved into the Hornby area. They've always felt part of Hornby, and when we were fighting where the pool was going to go in Hornby, they were very much part of that conversation. They were part of our letter drops. So they are naturally part of Hornby, and we're glad to see that change. So our boundary is more Springs Road, an old boundary, rather than the southern motorway and bits of it coming into Hornby, and we think the council have done well there. With regards to Halsall and its growth, I think Halsall really need to look at going forward. I think there's a lot of farmland that's gone into housing. A lot of those people moving into that housing are not Halsall people of old, they're new people coming into a district. And we had debate on it on Sunday at our residents meeting, and we don't want to see our area affected, and we're having growth as well, but we don't want to pick up parts of that Halsall or that. So what we'd like to see is maybe a Halsall South or a new ward, because there is going to be that much growth in that area. I don't think Halsall can realistically expect to retain what they traditionally have, that farmland area, and this will be going forward in future reviews, but I think to keep that Halsall name though, I think Halsall South or something equivalent to that would still keep that Halsall name and give them representation as Halsall, but I think they need to be realistic that they can't keep that whole area of farmland with the new housing that's going into it, because it'll be well above the 10 plus 10. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark and Ross, and impressive logos as well. Very good. Hold on, I had the question here. In the observations that you have made, and you've acknowledged it just a little bit there, but in terms of growth that is occurring, you appreciate the significance, and I'm probably answering my own question now because of that last observation that you made, but I'll go through with the guts of my question, which is officers have had to factor in their consideration what is going to occur in relation to growth, and my question was going to be, do you understand that? And I think the answer is yes, you do. Yeah.
We do. We had a choice, Broomfield, a low area in Christchurch and has been part of Hornby for a long time, and they come to our meetings, they'll use the Hornby Centre, was proposed to go to a different ward. They moved that back to us, following some very strong community feedback, and we thank the council for moving that. But as a consequence, that required the new Wigram, so we kept an old area but lost a new area, which, and the people have said in that Wigram area that they don't feel part of Hornby. That's not their natural alignment.
Thank you. Questions?
I'm good.
You're good? Benita, question?
Kia ora, thank you.
We're new to this as well, so welcome.
Excellent, awesome. I was just interested in the comments around the go-kart area and not being up to date with any controversy, or what's the concern about the go-kart area? And just quoting, it may have been a sneaky way for council to say it had relocated the kart track. What's the issue with that?
And they were looking at moving the go-kart track quite a way out to
McLean's Island.
McLean's Island.
Oh, so physically relocating the whole track to another part of the...
Yeah. At the moment, they've relocated wards, so they have moved it.
It's actually in the Hallsville ward, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. Look, Andre, look, we'd have no objection to the Hallsville cart going back to Hallsville. I mean, it's been long known as a Hallsville facility, or in the Hallsville ward.
Okay, thank you.
Just on the point of the quarries, and I see in the officer's response, it says the area around Wilson's Road is a single mesh block, population 140, and could be moved without breaching the +10% threshold for Hornby or Newwood wards. So we will follow up with them on that.
Can I just enlighten you a wee bit with the quarries? Last weekend, for instance, two of us went around the quarries in the very high winds on Saturday, found several of them were operating, which is outside of the resource consent. A hell of a lot of dust was stirred up by it. We actually had the city of the long grey cloud. We actually took photographs of the Port Hills. In one area you couldn't even see the Port Hills. Now this could be pollen as well as dust, but we saw tornadoes, many tornadoes of dust being lifted out of quarries in McLean's Island area. And in Old West Coast Road, there was a lock gate at one quarry and a digger operating inside. In Miners Road, Fulton Hogans were working. Pound Road, Fulton Hogans were working. Ablets were working. Out at McLean's Island, Fulton Hogans were working. This has all been reported back to ECAN and Council. They should not be doing it, and that's why we have to keep a very hard eye on these quarries. We are currently investigating the purchase of dust monitoring equipment ourselves. One particular piece of equipment measures PM10 and PM2.5, which is cancerous, and it's in the vicinity of about $11,000.
We might just stop there, Ross, because that's getting beyond our our realm. Thank you.
I think Hornby's seen a lot of growth due to the earthquakes as well, and we will because we've got high density housing coming into our area as well. Yeah. So it's that feeling as a residents group that we have a real commitment to those people to make sure we're moving into an area that they're safe with the air quality.
Okay, we've got it. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen. Cheers.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Dr. Wilson. Welcome. And we're on page 10.
Right, good afternoon. I'm Garth Wilson. I live in Riccarton Ward, specifically in the central Riccarton part of Riccarton Ward. And I have 2 points to make. In 2015, I made submissions, and I think Ms. Ania was one of the commissioners, and I said that the suggested changes by the mayor at the time would not serve the community of Christchurch well. The Commission agreed with the Mayor, and what's happened since is that public satisfaction with the Christchurch City Council has been in free fall. There are two issues that I'd like to address in particular. Firstly, that the first fact is that the City Council is in fact the Parliament of Christchurch. Now, in the Parliament of New Zealand, each member represents approximately the same number of people, about 60,000. And it is completely wrong, in my view, that Banks Peninsula has a third of the population, for example, of the Riccarton ward. So when it comes to voting, effectively, Banks Peninsula has 3 times the power of Riccarton representative. And this is wrong. It isn't right, and it isn't rational. You heard submissions today from the Deputy Mayor that would suggest that we're still in the days of horse and buggy. COVID has proved that you don't need to be in the same room, in the same hall, even in the same building to communicate. Because one road is closed for several hours doesn't mean that everything stops. And I think that the Deputy Mayor is overplaying the fact that Banks Peninsula cannot be part of Christchurch City. In the Riccarton ward, for example, I see 5 distinct communities of interest. 2 of them would see themselves as being on different, not different areas, but on different planets from each other. They are so different, Riccarton West and Kilmarnock Riccarton Bush. So the Member of Parliament of Tasman West Coast, he covers a gigantic area. In fact, as you know, there's no road north of Karamea. That's the end. If a Member of Parliament can cope with this, I believe that Banks Peninsula should be brought back into, my suggestion is, 2 of the wards in Christchurch. And that would be give fairer representation to all the residents of Christchurch. But it is far too loaded in favour of the councillor for Banks Peninsula. His voting power is too loaded. The point that I made in 2015, and I've been proven correct on this, is that the mixed member wards is a much better and fairer idea. And I want to particularly endorse everything Ms Williams said this morning and everything Mr Campbell said this morning. I think they made the case so clearly. For example, if all the councillors were elected by everybody in the ward area, every distinct community of interest would be represented. We have a very unrepresentative council at the moment, and things are only going to get worse because what we've seen is political parties get involved. Up until 2015, there was very little action by political parties as political parties. Now we've got a situation where one political party is operating a caucus system. So they decide before they hear submissions how they're going to vote. So you come along, you make a submission, but before this has all taken place, they've had a meeting to decide. And this is destructive, in my view, of representation of communities. So the mixed member works so well in our area. If you have 3 councillors covering the whole board area, every socio-economic group, every gender group will all have a representative. Now, for example, our city councillor has vacated Riccarton, gone to the other side of the city. We do not see the councillor at all. In fact, the councillor took up private employment during the thing. Now, I noticed, and you would be aware of this, that Dame Fran Wild said that the salary, in the case of Christchurch, of 114,000 was given because it was a full-time job, or that was the expectation. But we've got city councillors who are working not just this job, but 2 or 3 jobs. So when it came to the vote, and I was present when the councillors voted on each having their own ward, the majority wanted it that way. And they voted not in the interests of communities, they voted in self-interest because there was less work to do. I know, having been active in my community for quite a long time, that the idea of having 2 or 3 councillors representing a whole ward area, it works so effectively. If one person was sick, somebody could cover. And there's one other matter that I think is really important. Under today's system, a matter, let's just take Riccarton or Hornby or wherever, it comes before the full council. There are 15 people around this table that have no skin in the game when it comes to this matter. So the councillor is battling, especially a younger or more inexperienced person, is battling to get the attention. Where there are 2 or 3, particularly 3 councillors, they can work as a team to put forward their ideas. I think these are 2 important points I'd like to make here.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for those observations, Dr. Wilson. Can I just make one comment? It's a point of clarity in the submission that you made. It's your very, very, very last paragraph where you would like to see the Local Government Commission organise a ratepayers poll. I just need to say that's not something which is in our purview to be able to do. So just as a point of clarity.
Yes, it was a matter that came up at the council meeting where some councillors wanted this. Usually, that's why.
Yeah. I think we all understand the principles, the basic principles of democracy is where local communities make the call, and they've obviously made the call that they saw fit for this community, but it's not something that the Commission could engage in, just for purity. Right. Are there any questions? Benita, are you comfortable?
No, that's very clear. Thank you.
We're all good?
Helpful. Yeah, no,
All good?
perfect.
Brilliant. Okay. Thank you very, very much for the observations that you've made. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we're down. Are we down to one more? 2 more?
Just a question, Chair, for the officers, if I may.
Sure.
The in the final final proposal report, you talk about how many submissions there were, 241 and 40 something oral or whatever. Can you just give us a bit of a breakdown about just headline what they were about, and secondly whether they were in favour of that aspect of their proposal or again? So I want a little picture of what were the issues that were being raised in the submissions that we either agree with or don't, and whether or not they were supporting it or wanted it changed.
What changed it?
In terms of whatever the submission was addressing. Yeah, you know what I mean. I think you should move Peacock Road to blah de blah, or whatever. I don't think you should.
Okay,
But
so
keep it high level.
is Andre here?
Yes, please.
Welcome, Andre.
Can you have a 2-minute toilet stop?
Yep. Just take your time, Andre. It's going to take a wee break for a moment.
Sorry.
Yep, pit stop. Yep, just take a wee break.
Cool. That was no one ever suggested that to me. Okay. Don't know why they told you that. No, I was always booked for 11:45 to speak with Wayne, so.
But they told me that. Mike must have rang up and said, you've joined me.
Okay. Yeah, I got a voicemail from him at 10 to 8 this morning.
He sounded terrible.
Yeah, it didn't sound good at all. So.
I'll give you a ring this afternoon. Are you around this afternoon?
Yep.
Again.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw him. I didn't. Oh, I haven't looked at it.
Okay, Andre, I think we're ready to go. We're in your hands. Thank you.
Yeah, Andre Moore's my name. Thank you very much for having me. So Halswell is where I grew up and went to school, where I've been for the best part of 30 years and plan to remain for some time to come. So the original proposal for the representation review had Halswell as Halswell and the southern motorway as a boundary. It had a population of 22,970, obviously to allow for future growth. So the consultation went out and some submissions did come back from Wigram Skies residents. I believe the number was less than 15, but I need to check that. And there's residents who preferred to stay in the Halswell ward, and totally fair enough, can understand their reasoning. But what eventuated here is the boundary was changed to include Wigram Skies, but in the process it's been proposed to remove a chunk of Halswell out of the Halswell ward between Halswell Junction Road, Wigram Road and the motorway, and move that to the Hornbeck ward. Also, fairly bizarrely, is not only does the final proposal cut out a chunk of Halswell, the boundary extends to Blenheim Road. And assuming we're familiar with where Blenheim Road is and what area it's in, it's not actually anywhere really particularly close to Halswell. What we do know, however, is that chunk that has been moved out of the Halswell ward into the Hornbeck ward is absolutely part of Halswell. So we obviously struggle for turnout in local body elections, and my fear here is that if Halswell residents, they will see the signs up around election time, they might go to the Halswell Meet the Candidates event, and they will come home one day to find their voting papers and it's asking them to vote for a Hornbeck candidate. For Halswell residents to be asked to vote for Hornbeck candidates obviously further disengages people if they can't vote for their obvious local representatives. And this was the case last election actually, when I door knocked around the Hornby area, which is by Warren Park, which is now moving to the Hornby ward, which is great. 3 years ago or 2 years ago it was part of the Halswell ward, and when I was door knocking around there, people were very, very surprised to find out that they were in the Halswell ward and were all ready to vote for a Hornby candidate. The voting papers show up and they actually find out which ward they're part of. So that's a reality of local body elections. It can be quite tricky for people to engage with, particularly with 16 wards around the city. And in my view, people in Halswell voting for a Hornby candidate is just going to further disengage people and not help turn out in any way. We're not talking about a large amount of people in this area, but they have every right to be voting for a local representative in Halswell, in my view. The other concern I have is the final proposal and its population size for Halswell, which is 26,360. So it's a similar amount to the largest wards in Christchurch, and we've got hundreds and hundreds of homes in the Halswell area being built every year. So over the next sort of 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we're talking thousands more people in our area. So not only have we already got one of the biggest wards, it's going to end up with thousands more than any other, so quite disproportionate in that regard. So, in summary, in my view, the best thing that can be done here is going back to something similar to the original proposal. Made a lot of sense. Obviously, places like Kennedy's Bush needed to remain together. That was fixed, which is great. But ultimately, my main concern here is that Halswell residents should have the ability to vote for Halswell representatives. So my main concern is that area of Halswell that has been moved to the Hornby ward. Look, that's about all from me.
Sorry. Thanks, Andre. Thanks for those observations. I'm not going to delve too specifically into the submission that you've made, other than I'm quite keen to quiz your thinking. So background is we will make a call about what it is that's been presented to us in this round, but we also make some recommendations or considerations for the next review, and you touched on growth. And I'm pretty keen to understand, there's two options, isn't there, for next time round, which is more wards or less wards that are bigger.
Yeah.
Do you have a view?
Pretty open-minded. I'd have to have a good look at what those plans are. But I mean, the way I look at it is what we've got an opportunity here for with this review is for the Halswell ward to simply be Halswell. We know that Wigram Skies is never going to be in a Halswell ward in 6 years' time. The population will be that different once again. And I mean, if the original proposal looked something like this, the submissions that come through would have looked very, very, very different, as we're seeing now in the objections and appeals that have come through.
And the observation that you've made about Wigram Skies is well articulated by officers where they've factored in that growth that's occurring now. So would you not acknowledge that they've anticipated what it is that's likely to occur in landing where they've landed with their recommendation? I mean, you know, the boundaries just can't all stay where they are forever. They've just got to shift, don't they? Yeah. And you understand that. I can sense that. So, and I read what you've proposed, fair and reasonable, and then I've read what the officers, the process they've gone through to land where they've landed, and clearly from our perspective it's making sure that fair anticipation for growth is being considered, and I would acknowledge that my sense from what I've read so far is that they have. And that.
But in that process to want, you know, fair numbers to allow for growth, I don't understand how an extra 4,000 people got added to the ward in that process.
Okay, so...
That would be my argument, is that the original proposal absolutely allowed for future growth.
Yes.
The final proposal has added another 4,000 people.
Yeah.
In my view, it doesn't allow for future growth.
Right. Yeah. So let's ask that question and the right of reply. We'll get that back, okay, just so you get an understanding of the process, so officers have acknowledged.
I guess I'd make a point to say my absolute main concern is just the ability for people in that Halswell area to still be able to vote for Halswell representation. It's absolutely my main concern.
Yeah.
Everything else, obviously, I totally understand. There's a lot of things that need to be factored.
Do you have a question?
No, thank you.
Commissioners, question?
Yeah, I've got one, but that's because I'm... thank you. Look, I know... Is Wigram Skies physically separate from Wigram? Has it got a concurrent boundary of some kind?
I mean, if we look at the map here, it depends how you look at it, because it's by an industrial area as well, which people would often look as Wigram as well.
Yeah, but I live in Wellington. We don't have the luxury of
understand.
Flat land, never mind concurrent boundaries.
Yeah.
So without, I can look at a picture.
But the final proposal, what it does
and your hesitation suggests to me that they might not be as clear as it might be.
No, not really. Well, I mean, what we're looking at here of the final proposal is a boundary that goes right through the middle of Wigram. So some Wigram residents will be Hornby, some will be Halswell, which makes even less sense to me.
Right, okay.
So if there is a clear boundary, it hasn't been drawn here.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Yeah. Are we done?
Yep.
Brilliant, Andre. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks very much for
your
time.
Well done. Thank you. Now we're just going to clean the desk for the last time. We've got one more presentation and then we'll take a break. So our last one is from Tony Simons from the Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association. So Tony will come forward shortly. Just as a bit of a lead, once we've had the presentation, we'll need to take a break and get our senses together before we have right of reply. I'm just looking now. 1:45. I think we should plan to come back at say 2 o'clock. I think that gives everybody fair time to go away and do whatever it is that we need to do. We'll need some time. So just giving notice now that that's what we'll consider. Yep. Okay, for everybody. I know it's later than what we planned, but I think you've probably anticipated there might be a bit of a... Okay, so we're all on song.
No, we're very comfortable with that.
Okay, fantastic. Right, so just hold on for a second. So we're now doing...
No, I've got my quarter. Number 1, yeah.
Yep.
Second.
Yep. So just bear with us for 30 seconds. We'll just get the right page. Oh, come on.
That's the first one.
Yeah, that's all right when the machine works.
Oh, well.
Right. Tony, I think you've observed the process, so you'll give us your observations and then we'll fire some questions. So we're in your hands. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My apologies for being a late addition. I completely missed the invitation, so
no problem.
I appreciate being squeezed in, and I won't take very much time at all because I know you're probably gagging for lunch.
That's all right.
My name's Tony Simons. I'm chair of the Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association. As Dr. Wilson alluded to before, we're one of 2 planets in Riccarton. There's West Riccarton, and we're the other planet at the other end of Riccarton. We represent an area north of Riccarton Road, which encompasses pretty much all the residents south of the river. And our submission, my submission to the council, was that we include in the Riccarton ward both sides of Matai Street West, which is the road down which the main cycleway runs. Our Residents Association has membership of about 120 financial members. So these are members who pay subs, not free. And a significant number of those members are on Matai Street, north of Matai Street West, which is an area that's proposed to remain in the Fendleton ward, which has no real community of interest with Riccarton at all. So the appeal here is really that Riccarton retains Matai Street West, the Matai Street West area on both sides of Matai Street, and that the natural boundary is the river, not Matai Street itself. And that's an area which only represents around about 230 people, so it's not a significant difference, but it's a difference for those people because they identify strongly with Riccarton and not with Fendleton. So that's the first point. The second point I think is even more compelling. There is a small area north of Riccarton Bush and Riccarton House, just across the river, around Girvan Street, which is an area that's always been part of the Riccarton ward, and for some inexplicable reason, this small pocket of housing, which represents about 80 people, has been assimilated into Fendleton. Again, I suggest their community of interest is even more strongly identified with Riccarton and Riccarton Bush and Riccarton House, given that they're right on the boundary with that property. So these are not weighty considerations that you need to worry about in terms of, we're not talking 4,000 people plus or minus, we're talking a couple of hundred people, but for them it's important that they retain their identity with Riccarton, and we can't really see the reason why these boundaries have been effectively fiddled with when these people are very strongly associated with the Riccarton and not with the Fendleton area. I know it sounds counterintuitive that for property values people would probably prefer to be identified with Fendleton, but in fact from a community point of view, the Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association, which represents these people, is that community of interest, and activities that occur in that area are relevant to Riccarton and not to Fendleton.
Got it.
Thank you.
Got it. Okay, thanks for that, Tony. Can I just get some point of clarity in the right of reply? The observation made by officers, which is the italic piece, which says we ask that the boundary be Matai Street East and Matai West, or as currently making along the river, that paragraph. At the end it says full email attached. What I'm not sure of is who wrote that. Is that an individual or is that a community board? So I wouldn't mind getting clarity because it influences somewhat. I think I've assumed it's the community board and I've got this horrible feeling I've got it wrong. So I think it's important that we understand the strength of that message. Questions?
Quick one.
Please.
Thank you, that's helpful. The officers have said that one of the issues that they're dealing with is some significant growth, and that they've, that over time there will be a squeeze. So, what's your
growth across the?
No, in the ward, in the ward,
area,
yeah, in this
the Riccarton ward.
Yeah. So, what's your thoughts on that?
Well, the growth, the only growth that's going to occur in the Riccarton ward in our area, which is the eastern end of the ward, which is the other planet we're talking about, which is closest to Riccarton House, is going to happen through intensification. And I wouldn't imagine that that's going to be of huge significance. The other issue, I suppose, is the other end of the ward, which is the area to the west, which incorporates west of Curlitz Road or west of Main South Road, which is part of the Riccarton ward. It could well be argued that the community of interest at that end of the ward would be much more closely aligned with Hornby or some other area. So, I think that if you look at the Riccarton map, it's a very strange and elongated ward which runs from Hagley Park all the way out to almost to Hornby itself, which is a very diverse community anyway. So, I mean, part of the balancing act, I suppose, is where the part of the western end of Riccarton becomes part of Hornby. And whether or not Fendleton gets to encroach into what is effectively the most identified part of Riccarton there is, where originally Riccarton was established around Riccarton House and Riccarton Bush. So it's Fendleton Creep, which is not something I necessarily appreciate. So, yeah, difficult question. I understand it's a balancing act, and I understand also you're trying to maintain the population sizes of all these wards. I just wonder whether there needs to be a little bit more flexibility in that. I don't know what the plus and minus is. Is it 3% or something like that? Seems a relatively low percentage to be a target in terms of to give you the latitude to recognise real communities of interest and allow a little bit more latitude around populations where people matter more than spreadsheets, which is what plus or minus 3% tends to emphasise.
Banks Peninsula. Sure. Tony, can I just ask, sorry, Jane, did you?
No, Tony, making the point that you don't have much option.
Yeah. That was my point. Question to you, Tony, as chair. There has been some commentary about the interaction between the community boards and the local authority in terms of getting to decisions. Are you comfortable to make a comment around the engagement through to conclusion?
In terms of how we're represented?
Yeah. So there's been some criticism around how community boards have been involved. So some of the observers have made the observation that it's been, I think we used the word relatively modest. How have you been involved in the decision making?
Well, our community, well, from my perspective and from the Residents Association perspective, Helen Broughton is the person who we liaise with all the time. She's on the community board. We don't have any issues with the community board per se. Okay. I think I probably have more issues with the council representation in terms of our representation on council. Okay. That would be the simple observation I would make.
Thank you. Are we done?
The other observation is in terms of what effect the community board has on the council, and I don't know that there's a lot of influence exerted by community boards on council decisions. There seems to be a real disconnect there, and one starts to wonder whether community boards are actually able to be effective when council is perhaps not taking as much notice of what has been recommended by the boards.
thankfully that's not a decision we have to make today. So,
Yes, I know it's probably not your...
Right, Tony, thanks for the observations, and I'm pleased we've been able to find time to get you to pop in.
Appreciate it.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are done with that first stage of the process, so we'll adjourn and reconvene at 2 o'clock. And thank you all for reconvening. I think just setting that time aside to regroup was useful. So we'll get into it. So the opportunity now is for the council to take advantage of a right of reply, and clearly we've offered some nudges as we've gone through the morning, and you'll have some observations that you'll want to make in terms of commentary presented to us. And then we've got the chance, we'll fire into a few extra points of clarity should we need, and then we're done. So we're in your hands.
Right. Okay. Well, look, I'm just going to do a broad brush, and I'm sure you'll have specifics for the staff. Our focus right from the get-go of this exercise has been about fair and effective representation, and I did speak at the beginning about the decision that we made at the start, which was to maintain the same number of councillors but reduce the number of community board areas. And so we have done that, but the whole time, and I think this is perhaps didn't come through sufficiently in my presentation at the beginning, is that that heat map that I referred you to, the work that was done from the outset meant that we were always looking at where people's communities of interest lay, and people generically looked in a direction, and that's what gave us that heat map flavour, and was able to support us in making the decision. And I know you've heard submissions on the decision to dissolve the Linwood Central Heathcote Community Board area, and that was the one that went in order to bring the others up to the three. But that was where the most fair and effective representation could be obtained across the city, and that people would align with communities of interest in that regard. So that was very much a focus. I did mention the unmentionable, which is remuneration. In terms of representation, getting people to run for community boards, not having equity across across what will become very clearly disparate when the next representation review comes through, not the one that we've got now, but after the next election. They'll remove the earthquake sort of subsidy that sits in there hiding what is a major differential between the two, and that means that some community boards will be worth more to run for than others, and I do think that we did the right thing in seeking to change that, but I want to reinforce fair and effective representation has been at the heart of all of the advice we've received from staff and all of the decisions we've made. And I know that you've had representations about Linwood Central Heathcote, and I just mentioned to you that you've heard from staff. They put together, I think, 9 different options for reconfiguring the community board areas. Councillors worked in this room, actually. We had all of the different permutations on the wall around for us to go round and have a good look at. I can't say that I played a big part in that. One, I'm not running again, but two, I don't. The mayor's voted at large, so I work with the council that's delivered through the process. So I played a role, but mine wasn't a significant role at all. And councillors indicated by majority that the model that we've come up with was where we were heading towards. That was guidance that was given to staff, but it came from us, and then essentially it came back. We put it out for consultation. We received feedback. We listened to the submissions that we received, and we made a decision. It was a majority decision, and you may have heard from somebody who wasn't in the majority, but that's the reality of the environment that we're in. Do I actually agree that councillors should be making the initial decision and then going to the LGC? I probably don't. I probably think it would be a better and more robust process if all of the work could be done and then it would be handed to an independent body such as yourselves to consider. That's my personal point of view, and again, easy for me to say now, but it's a, it's an honest view, because I do think that sometimes we end up having political debates around what is self-interest, when in fact the communities of interest are the priority. But what I can guarantee to you is that our staff have presented us the communities of interest that they have identified, and that has been reinforced by the council itself. So I just wanted to make that clear. I know you've also had some commentary on Banks Peninsula, and if there's one set of submissions that stands out from all of the other submissions that we received, is the strong showing of support for a separate recognition for Banks Peninsula, coming from not just the Banks Peninsula community, because there's a lot of people have a very close connection to Banks Peninsula, but the people who reside there absolutely want us to continue to advocate for and represent the fact that they are an isolated community in the context of the legislative framework that we operate under, and do need to have a voice around the table. And actually that's my other point around a voice around the table, is that when we look at fair and effective representation on our council numbers, some community boards have 2 councillors sitting around this table, and some community boards have 3. And so it isn't fair and effective representation sitting around the council table when one looks at the broader community board areas. And so it is beneficial to this place that we have the same number of councillors from each of the community boards sitting around this table. I understand that you might be thinking about potential recommendations. There is one that I think is worthy of contemplating, because it came up. It certainly came up, and I mentioned it before, that when you deal with ward boundaries, then you, as opposed to community board boundaries, then you've got less leeway when you come to the plus or minus 10%. I think that, it may be worthy of consideration, and potentially the next time, if not this, but next time, it could be worthy of a recommendation that a good consideration is given to multi-member wards. I don't like the idea of making the representation too distant from the people. I can't emphasise it enough how distant people can feel in a big city from their city councillor. It's like a member of parliament up in Auckland. It's the number of people that you literally represent in an area is massive, and I think that's why in Auckland they have local boards with a lot more say over what can actually be done in their particular areas. But if that is the case, and I know that there will be, I'm pretty sure next time, a petition for a look at the type of voting, so the STB model as opposed to first past the post. Again, that only works if you've got a multi-member system. So in many respects, if you're going to look at one, you have to look at the other. So so I think that's probably about all that I've heard of so far. Was there anything else I was going to say? Isn't that a terrible thing to admit to, but I did discuss with them briefly about some of the things I might have missed in my absence.
No, you've been well briefed, Leanne, and I'm sure the officers are going to pick up all of those really, really important points that you've missed. So we're all good.
Excellent.
So thank you for the introduction, but we'll now move over and listen to those rights of reply via the officers.
So should we leave you to it, or?
Well, I've just got one question for Leanne, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So, some of the submitters talked about...
Turn your mic. You got your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Some of the submitters talk. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. About some of the more impoverished areas that have lost their community voice and their community board. And they're also worried about the funding that also was part of that community board for community supporting activities. And that they, because of their lower socio-economic situation, that they potentially were at risk of being just left. What would you say to that?
Well, I think that, that will be an issue that the incoming council will have to address by way of funding for community boards. But my understanding is that the funding arrangements, and this is the distribution funds that each of them have, is based on a combination of population and socioeconomic status. So that will travel with the community. So they haven't lost their community board, they've changed their community board. So they'll be looking centre rather than east. Previously they were over to the wards used to go city, Linwood, Heathcote, so it's right the way out to Sumner, and now it'll go city, Papanui, Innis. But there is a combination approach to funding community boards.
So as far as the level of deprivation and the fact that they won't have a dedicated community board for...
No, I think what you've been told is that there isn't a service centre close by. Yeah, but it's not that they haven't got a community board, because of course they've got a community board. Yeah, a new one. So where the community board meets will be an issue for coastal Burwood, Linwood will probably look more centrally, won't they? Potentially.
And that's something that's going to be... I was going to... Well,
yeah, each of the...
I'll cover that.
Yeah, but each of the community boards will have to revisit where their... probably where the heart is in terms of their meetings. And but I want to kind of reassure you, and I'll leave that with staff, that there is a deprivation mechanism for considering the funding.
So, yeah, you have a question of Leanne? Yep.
In terms of the politics of the decision, I mean, you've got, listening to the Phillipstown, one of the community groups there's that issue about their capacity to keep their issues in front of the community board and the councillor when it comes to people that, the difference between people who live on Latimer Square, I'm hoping there's some residential on that.
I live in Cranmer Square.
All right, the difference between those on Cranmer Square and Phillipstown in terms of being able to participate in the political activity that's related to any decision, be it about a funding. I mean, what you're describing is there'll be a fund for that community board that will reflect, for example, that part of the community board's area is more deprived than most other parts of the city. It's not the only socially deprived. I mean, we've had two bits of advice. We said it fits in better with the Linwood because there's aspects of that community that are more like Phillipstown than, and then it doesn't, and it doesn't fit in with Central Ward because, and then the other hand is, well, it does fit in with Central Ward because it's adjacent, and they all use the same shops or whatever. What was the thinking behind your colleagues? And then there's the fact that that was the community board that was identified to be disestablished, so you could have 5. What was the thinking about why those decisions ended up focusing on that little bit of the town?
Look, we didn't focus on that little bit of the town. We focused on the whole of that community board area. That community board area goes from Linwood all the way out to Sumner, and the great mansions that apply on all of the hills leading out to Sumner. So there are very mixed communities within the context of that community board area. It goes from a very poor area to a very wealthy area. It actually fits. I mean, sometimes property values aren't a good measure these days, but they could pull east, and they could pull centre. So when I was the Member of Parliament for Christchurch Central, Phillipstown was in my electorate. So I just don't think that I can't imagine that the concerns from the Phillipstown area, which are very real. I know that area very, very well, and I described it as urban blight. It is. It's been devastated by, just the lack of amenity, the lack of, they had their school shut on them, they had, it's been a devastating, more than a decade in the making. This didn't start with the earthquakes. I was elected as their MP in 1990, and the challenges in that area at that time were heading in this direction. Okay. So I absolutely respect that. But this is the grouping, the 3, Linwood, Heathcote, Central. That is the grouping that made more sense to move than any other one of the 9 configurations that we went through. And that was because one ward could go one way, one ward could go another way. So Heathcote now sits with Cashmere and Spraydon, and Central sits with Innis and Papanui, and Linwood sits with Coastal and Burwood. If you could pull that number of people over to Coastal and Burwood, then it is a good fit, but everywhere else would have to move. So you couldn't move part of the Linwood ward into Coastal Burwood without shifting everything else. So we looked at every option that we possibly could. We did work on the basis that most would stay within their community board areas, but this was the one community board to disestablish.
So last question. So most of them could do it without needing a major reshuffle, if I got that, paraphrasing enormously.
Pretty much.
So what were the other areas that would have needed a major reshuffle?
In the different models, do you mean?
You asked the question.
You're talking about putting Phillipstown in with the Linwood
well, you can see where I'm coming from. I mean,
yeah, you're talking about putting Phillipstown in with the Linwood ward. It is not.
No. I was referring to that matter that one of the things that you and the officers have both said was, well, look, the Phillipstown, the area that was that's around it and so on, that was the one that we chose because we didn't have to do a whole lot of reshuffling in most of the rest of the city.
No, sorry.
So I got that back to front.
Yeah. We didn't choose Phillipstown. We chose the Central Linwood Heathcote Community Board because we could make sense of a redistribution of the 3 wards within each other. But because of some of the characteristics, what was part of the Linwood ward is no longer part of the Linwood ward. So that's the issue. It's the Linwood ward. It's not.
Yeah. So the rabbit I was chasing was.
We can probably expand.
I'm not chasing Phillipstown. I'm chasing. Was there any? You said that for the most part, this proposal was the one that got lots of examination because it was going to have the least effect in terms of having to reshuffle other wards and community boards. Or particular communities. But you alluded to the fact there might have been one or two. There might have been other ones that would have had the same impact in terms of having to reshuffle other areas of the city. I'm just wondering what areas they were.
So it was part of it in terms of the change of Linwood Central Heathcote. So a large part of what we looked at when looking at dividing up the boards was which wards could go together, with which had common issues. So I guess with moving Linwood into Coastal Burwood, they share some issues around, they share estuary issues, the Avon-Atapara River corridor, the residential red zone. So they're in a similar area. So by bringing that together in a board area brought the common issues together.
Sue's not asking that. She's asking what about the other ward moving? You know, like if we'd taken another 3 ward one like Harewood, Waimari and
Sir John.
As we said, we initially started with 5 options, and then through the process of engagement and consultation, a further 4 were presented. And at a broad answer, each option virtually affected the whole city. We considered options like Spraydon, Cashmere, Holswell, Banks Peninsula, Holswell. We considered Hornby, Harewood, Coastal, a great big, if you like, western hinterland. We considered moving Fendleton and the central city together. Probably the best answer to that question is for the Commission to go back and look at some of these highly visual options, and you could see at once that there were, as Chris began to talk about and will demonstrate later, some very, very cogent reasons for the choice that Council made, and some examples of, I guess, quite profound effects on existing and fair representation through some of the other options, particularly when you cross-reference the results of our community survey over that. So we have about 7 or 8 models there that, at the first glance of those will actually show that point. And a little later in our response, we'll cover the Council's rationale for the decision that it made.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, short answer is wait and see.
Wait and see. We'll emphasise the models to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll also cover the consequences of leaving Phillipstown and the Linwood ward. Yeah.
I've got the message. Be patient.
Okay, so Melian, you want to go, and Andrew, are you going or staying? Not sure.
I mean, if there's anything else for me to add, I'm happy to stay.
Yeah. Okay.
If there's no need for me to do, then I'm also happy to go.
Okay. Just before both of you go, can I just, from the Commission, can we just acknowledge to you the support from your teams as we've got to today? It's fair that we should make that observation publicly that the Commission team are very grateful for the effort that's gone in terms not only of the preparation but also the significant amount of work that's gone in terms of your consultation process, and the level of detail that's been provided to us is not insignificant. So I just wish to make that observation to you publicly that your team have done a brilliant job of representing your community and bringing the information through to us.
Thank you. I mean, I just looked at my diary. It was in my diary for me to stay, but I wasn't sure whether I would be able to add anything further, so.
I think we don't know until we know.
Yeah. Look, we understand what life's like. So,
if you stay, it'd be fantastic, and if you don't, that'd be fine.
Absolutely respect you. I mean, I think, to be frank, the officers now have got a role to give the responses to what they heard, and you guys have got other things you need to do, and feel free. Yep.
I'm in two minds. What do we do?
Your call. We're just going to, you think about it, we're going to go to the officers.
Okay.
All right, guys? So, John, you going to lead off, or...?
Yeah, thank you, Brendan. We propose to respond to the information asked of us by commissioners through the morning. I'll kick off, and Amy will follow, and feel free to ask questions, and my colleagues will interject where that they feel I've made a fool of myself. So just to re-emphasise the first question, I think it came from Commissioner Piper. Hey, what's behind what's your rationale for all of this? Just to emphasise, fair and effective equitable representation has underpinned and pervaded all. Recognition and reinforcement of communities of interest has underpinned all, including the application of the plus or minus 10% rule. That's the be-all and end-all of certainly what we've done and what council's considered. Second point I'd like to respond to is the changes in community boards. As the Mayor said, we had 5 initial options and 4 were added during engagement. Underpinning the production of these options and considering these options was fair and effective representation. I think the Mayor pointed out the existing state of affairs. Some boards had 2 councillors, some boards had 3 councillors. There were big boards and small boards. It wasn't fair, it wasn't equitable, and there was a desire to look at that. There was an extensive process of considering options, and we will make sure that the Commission sees every single one of these options visually, so they can see, exactly what each one meant. The precise rationale, and this was asked for where Council got to, it aggregated or recommended the aggregation of Linwood with Coastal and Burwood. One, because of the similarities with the decision making on the Avon River corridor and the residential red zone. A massive interest for council. All those wards have that front of mind. Secondly, they had very, very similar climate change implications. Urban flat right in the middle of it. The distinct from places like say Banks Peninsula, which have different. They also share estuary management issues. Very topical, coming up over the next 6 years and needed to be addressed, and the 3 wards shared that. Heathcote, potentially moving to the Spraid and Cashmere. They all share hillside issues, in particularly red zone property issues and safety issues along those hills. They all shared flood issues and Heathcote River issues. So there was a lot of similarity in those, and previously Heathcote had been amalgamated with Spraydon, so there was a lot of existing connection there. It was also the most profound result of the community survey, when those asked, the 1,000 respondents, clearly affiliated to that area. Central with Papanui Inist, this is a really interesting one, the transport issues in and out of the central city and around the central city were shared. There are a number of inner city suburbs, existing suburbs in the central ward, the inner city east, the Stanmore Road, Cashel, Hereford, Gloucester, Armagh area that have very, very similar issues, although they are distinctly different communities with Phillipstown. Also, the community survey, they pointed to the affiliation of the inner east and Phillipstown with the central city and slightly to the west of the city, whereas you move further into Linwood and they started looking east. The third point that I'd like to raise is just some discussion over Phillipstown. Again, it was commented on, were the community and boards engaged? Yes, they were. There were 15 workshops with council and community boards over this. And there was also the community survey, 1,000 respondents. The recommendation to the council over the Phillipstown, we did the background research. We had the initial proposal, and the mayor's outlined the extensive community engagement, 240 submissions. Council read and considered all of those submissions, the whole council. They deliberated for quite some time. Council then asked for an adjournment. They asked for more information. That's when the two options covering Phillipstown were drawn up, after considering the all of the matters to date. The
John,
options were...
Sorry, can you just help me? Did you say there were 15 workshops with council, community boards, and community committees? No.
Either the whole of council or community boards.
15?
Yeah, in total. Yeah, and there were also a number of community meetings. And that was to gather opinion, concerns, information to inform the initial proposal.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you this question, I'm just going to ask out loud. I wonder why we got those alternate views.
Oh, I think the question is how many of those workshops included community boards? And then we might still have the same question. But
you went round all the community boards.
Yeah.
Didn't you go to every single community board?
Yeah, we went to every single community board, had an individual session, and then afterwards we had two combined community board meetings. So three options. Yeah. Thank you, Brendan. We often pass over these things because we're so familiar with them. So at the final stages of deliberation, council were asked to consider the two options. As the mayor said, option one, the one in the final proposal, where Phillipstown and Charleston were aggregated together in the same community and invited to join the central ward. The reasons for this primarily were to keep more communities of interest together. So the two options demonstrated what communities of interest were potentially split under each option. Option one, the preferred option, kept the community north of Beeley Avenue together with the Innes ward. It kept Richmond with the central ward. It kept Dallington with the Burwood ward, and it kept the north-west Linwood in with Linwood ward. So you can never please anyone all of the time, but the rationale that we certainly presented to the council and the questions we asked, they were keeping these number of communities of interest together. Unfortunately, that meant keeping Phillipstown and Charleston together when previously it had been split over wards, but aggregating that with the central ward, which you've heard from a couple of submitters, at least in the view of a number of members of the community, wasn't their preference. And just in response to services that may or may not be affected by that decision that may affect Phillipstown, we have 12 service centres, including this building, citywide, that everyone can access, no matter what ward you live in, what community. Those service centres will all be retained. The service centre in the middle of Linwood, which is frequented by Phillipstown residents, will be retained. In fact, at the moment, there's a project to update and improve the sound quality in the Linwood boardroom. So there have been no decisions to move to close. Quite the opposite. We're actually got a programme of works to improve. So we hope the facilities will actually be better. I just want to reinforce what the mayor said about the funding.
Sorry, you're going to suffer me again.
Yeah.
So,
carry on.
Service centres, and you appreciate we're learning as we go here. So I got the sense that the way the presentations were made was that the service centres were specific and only for that.
That there's service centres.
They are.
and their community boardrooms.
Yeah.
And quite often they're in the same building.
Yeah.
And what we're saying is all of the service centres will be retained.
Yeah.
There's been no proposal to
Right.
change.
Do you think there's an opportunity to maybe articulate that?
Yes, absolutely. If it's a concern,
well, I just
certainly
wonder. I mean, it
articulate
seems that the way the messages came through,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
not reality.
Yeah.
So
I think the issue is that the Linwood ward shifts to coastal Burwood. They currently meet in New Brighton. Phillipstown will be part of the central ward, and I'm not sure where they hold their meetings.
Central.
Because they're joining in with
Yeah.
Papanui Innis, and they
Yeah.
hold their
Yeah.
meetings in Papanui.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the issue.
Yeah.
It's about where the community boards
Yeah.
will meet, and maybe Papanui Innis Central will have to revisit whether they come into this building to make it more central.
I can probably add that Papanui Innis and a number of community boards from time to time change their location and have meetings in community spaces. Once we receive a decision, the Mayor's absolutely right, we will, and boards will reconsider where they meet and how often. They like to meet as close to the community as they can. Just to confirm community funding, that is attached to the communities themselves, the population, the deprivation, the different needs. That will absolutely not change. In fact, council's just voted to increase community funding by the rate of inflation, and so that will absolutely continue and will not be affected, no matter what board represents what community, and that's citywide. That's not just Phillipstown. We were asked on what options regarding multi-member wards and representation were provided to both council and boards and communities to consult on. They were as follows. In terms of councillors, 3 options were provided. Multi-member wards, so multi-member board areas, being elected at large through the city or being elected via a ward. For community board members, it was by community board area, multi-member or by ward. The strong preference from community board members and councillors was to retain the ward-based electoral system. Councillors and board members weighed up both options and considered that a councillor or a board member largely domiciled in that community, elected in that local community, best ensured that that community was represented fairly and effectively. The community, there were a range of views, and the election by ward was supported, but not as unanimously. So it wasn't as clear cut, but both the community and councillors and board members supported the rationale behind the initial proposal for the reasons stated. Coming to the end of my bit, the commissioners asked in a couple of mesh block areas, namely Dawson's Road, Far West Quarryland, and Copper Ridge. Hey, if you could move these mesh blocks easily, why didn't you? The reason we didn't is they were identified in the appeals and objections process beyond our control. So the options there, should the Commission want to make a recommendation, we can do that.
So do you have a view from an officer's perspective?
Yes, we do, and Amy will respond. But this is from an officer's perspective. It hasn't been to council. Yeah.
So from a purely technical perspective, Dawson's Road will basically have no impact. It will keep the quarries in a single ward and is probably a sensible decision. Copper Ridge, it can go into Hallswell. It would push it close to the 10% threshold and would leave that limited room for growth, which has been a concern as we've said in our comments that we've provided to you, but again, it could go, and it would have no bearing really other than that growth potential.
But in terms of that growth potential,
Yeah.
if we were of a mind to do that, what might be the implication at the next representation review?
I think it's both the implication at the next representation review, we would be in the same situation where we are now, where it's 30% over the threshold, and knowing how much growth is still supposed to happen in Hallswell, I think we're going to be in that situation anyway. But there's also the fair and effective representation for the electors for the next 6 years, where if we're at a state where our population in Hallswell is almost at that 10% threshold now and is going to continue to grow, that level of representation is going to change over the next 6 years before that review. So that's what we've kept in mind when we've been looking at that growth. It's not what is only going to happen when we get to the next review, but over the next 6 years, is that going to be fair and effective? So.
Yeah, and lastly, the Commissioner's asked who is the author of the email who's supporting the existing arrangements regarding Matai Street. The author of an email was a community board member acting in her own capacity as an individual, and probably not appropriate that I name that person.
No, that's all right. But
it wasn't a board.
Right.
It wasn't someone acting in a board capacity. It was an individual view.
So I asked the question because I had assumed that it was a community board that made the observation.
Yeah.
And I think fellow commissioners. So if it was an individual.
Yeah.
So suffer me as I work my way through this. So now that we understand that it was, I'll use the word, just an individual, why then were you so selective with just individual comments on some of them but not all of them? Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So just to give us because it's a solid argument when it comes through an italicised form.
Yeah.
Thinking it's got some credibility.
Yep.
No disrespect to the individual that wrote it.
Absolutely.
But can you understand why I'm asking the question?
Yes, absolutely. And the response is in order to provide the commissioners a fair range of responses, pros and cons, examples. That was quoted.
Would you reflect on wondering whether that was appropriate?
Ooh,
see, there's three or four like this, isn't there?
Interesting question.
Okay. I'm not. Yeah, but you can understand why I'm at. Just.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
I just want to make sure I understand, because I've just had my understanding changed again. So it's that process, it's all right. John, the table that we got, which we'll talk to you about, the officials will, the staff comments, are they basically addressed to us? Right.
Correct, yeah.
Sometimes a good idea to put in the heading.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was for council. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't thinking straight because, of course, it wasn't for councillors. I realise that now, but I didn't think that on Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. That's. I think that.
I think it was and getting back to your question, Brendan. There was an awful lot of information came in on a broad range of subjects, and our goal was to provide commissioners a little bit of background on that, some responses to what we've felt. So it was basically an information sharing exercise. The quotes and information came from various areas, but we'll certainly have a look at the processes, because we certainly don't want to single anyone out. There are a range of views on that, some supporting, some not. Yeah, no,
that's fine. It's just that I just see, and I'm completely clear about why I'm confused, because if I go to page 9, there's the PCCT supports the proposal.
Absolutely.
It's got some credibility around it, and I've assumed that for the others, and that.
Amy's going to continue. We've got a few more points to cover, then happy to answer any questions.
So I'm just going to work through the rest of the questions that you signalled. So the first one that I'll address is whether multi-member wards would give us more flexibility around that plus and minus 10%. And again, from a purely technical point of view, I think it would to a degree, because it would give us bigger populations to deal with and manage, but it would also present us the same problem if we were to elect community board members by subdivisions. So at a ward level, it would, but if we were still dealing with subdivisions, we'd still run into those same challenges. So yeah, that's all I'll say on that for now. Happy to answer any other questions. Quarries, we've pretty much dealt with that. If Dawson's Road was moved, it would bring the quarries back into a single ward, and there's basically no implications of doing that. So that's that quick one. And then growth. So I've already said a little bit about how we thought about growth, but I think we're aware that there has been a lot of growth in certain parts of the city over the last 10 years, and it has had a big impact on our settlement patterns. So it's something that we're always thinking about, and we're aware that that growth hasn't finished in particularly that southwestern part of the city. So we're expecting that there will still be growth out there. When we are thinking about the plus and minus 10% and making those changes, it's from a that will provide for fair and effective representation point of view. The closer we can get it to that city average, the better, but keeping it within that 10%, plus 10%, minus 10% means that all of the wards across the city do have that fair and effective representation, which is what underpins what we're thinking about when we do these reviews. So that was front of mind, and one of the submitters today pointed out that it's not in the legislation, but it's a really important factor that has an impact on the population and the number of people that each representative around the table is representing. So it's an important one, and it is one that we thought about. The Wigram Skies issue and the population in Hallsville at the moment, we received, it was 12 or 15 submissions on Wigram Skies alone, and it's really important around the Wigram and the communities to understand that there's almost two distinct communities within Wigram. You've got your older community who have been there for a long time, they're existing, and they very much look towards the Hornby ward. And then you've got Wigram Skies, who are an interesting one, and they are essentially a brand new community. They're a new subdivision, it's been developed post-earthquake, and they don't have that strong sense of we've always been here that the older part of Wigram does. So they were very clear in their submissions that when they think about their community of interest and who they relate to, it's not that Hornby ward, it is Hallsville. And the reason for that is there are a lot of new subdivisions in Hallsville as well. That's where a lot of that growth is happening, and there are strong similarities between those two communities. So they're both emerging communities, they're new subdivisions, they do have similarities, and a lot of the Wigram submitters told us that when they do their grocery shopping, they go to Hallsville. When they use the service centre, they go to Hallsville. So there is that relationship between Wigram and Hallsville. The motorway is a significant geographic divide, but it doesn't seem to have made a difference around how they feel. So that was particularly interesting for us, and as our initial proposal did have that boundary down the southern motorway, and we had to go, okay, we've got it wrong. We've been told we've got it wrong, and so we made that change, which had an impact on Hallsville, but it does bring those communities with common interests together.
So, at the moment, presumably, can you get by public transport, or is it likely in the next 10 years you could get from public transport to the Hallsville Service Centre?
I think you already can.
You think or no?
I'm pretty sure you can.
Okay, you can see where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Would you have to drive?
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think where the bus routes go.
Oh, well, send us the telegram if you're wrong.
Thanks, Joe. Joe's on it.
We'll follow that up.
Yeah, we'll confirm that.
Yep.
But I totally get where you're coming from. But yeah, so that's just, I guess, a little bit of the history around the Wigram issue and why we did make that change between the initial and the final and the growth. So the other thing I really want to reinforce about the changes that were made across the Hallsville, Hornby, Riccarton Community Board area is that significant growth is happening in Hallsville, and we did have to make some changes, but we really focused on making those changes within that community board area so that where we were changing, you were in the Hallsville ward, but now you're in the Hornby ward, they still had that relationship that they've spent the last 6 years building with that community board. So that was really front of mind when we were making those changes and how we configured them. So we didn't just address changes in isolation. Someone wants a change in Riccarton, we'll do that one and move on to the next one. It was, there's these series of changes that we need to make. How do we best make these collectively to get the best outcome? Which one? So I can go through all three of them if you'd like. Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
So initially that Pier Street area, which is in the far west part of the Riccarton ward, was not in Riccarton ward in the initial proposal, and we heard loud and clear from the community and council members.
Yeah, it's number 4 that Amy's relating to.
Yeah. So we did hear loud and clear that that Pier Street area has a strong relationship with Riccarton and the university, and keeping the whole university campus within Riccarton. So, yeah. So we made a very concerted effort between the initial and the final proposal to make sure that that was within the Riccarton ward. So that, again, Riccarton isn't going to see the same level of growth that Hallsville will with the residential new neighbourhoods, but it is zoned for intensification, and I think we are expected to see growth there. So that was the other thing that we were thinking about. Where are those RMD and density transition zones, and what impact will that have? So initially, Pier Street and that university campus wasn't in there because we were trying to manage for growth, but we heard loud and clear that it needed to be in there, so we shifted it. And then there's the area up around Totara Street, which is the little squiggle in the top. That was a direct result of having to make that change. So there are a lot of people in that Pier Street area, and something had to give somewhere. We couldn't just make that change without making any other changes. And we were looking at where are the communities of interest, and making any other changes around other areas of the Riccarton ward was going to be really hard, and managing those changes within that plus or minus 10% for that fair and effective representation. So that was why that change happened between their final and the initial, and there was a direct correlation between those two. Again, that was initially, that Riccarton boundary used to go up to the river. Again, there's quite a lot of people living in there, so it was just a slight change that we had to make to bring that population back into check and keep it within the plus or minus. And historic boundaries are really important, and those communities, but in some respects they don't always reflect the communities exactly as they are now, and how change and growth develops and changes our settlement patterns. So we took the historic boundaries into consideration and kept them as much as we could, because we know that they're important, but there comes a point where we have to see some change to adapt to those new communities and those new pressures. So that's the background behind the Riccarton changes.
Thank you, Amy. You got any other questions that you, just checking in with you, Jane? Have we covered up?
I think that reminded
So just...
We're not going to leave town with another question.
You asked a question about...
We've got a question over here.
Just the quickest comment on Wigram Skies and a bus route to the service centre. So we've just looked up, and there is a direct bus route between them.
Cheers, Chris. So, Benita, you have a question?
I've got a few questions.
Shoot.
We don't have mics where I come from, so this is all new to me. Kia ora. Yeah, we're lucky we've got broadband. Okay, so just an initial, one of the comments initially made was around the consultation with community boards. Can I just get some clarity around consultation across those 15 workshops versus the opportunity? I think Helen mentioned 3 interactions rather than consultation. So was there one consultation and then the community board, as I'm understanding it, I may have this wrong, then the community board got to submit and then they got to submit again, or what was the actual process? Just trying to clarify how much exchange of information was enabled for the community boards.
Yep. From the start, the community board chairs had a overview of the process. Then there was a road trip. Staff went round to each community board individually. Essentially providing the same information that had been provided to the council immediately before, presenting a number of options, workshopping those options, getting community board feedback, and inviting every single community board to respond to staff with any ideas that had come up after the workshop, any feedback. We then did another workshop with councillors, and following that we had what's called a combined community board workshop, where we get all community board members online over our Zoom system to update again. The information was reported back to community boards through council deliberations, and boards were invited to make any comments. Following council's consideration of the initial proposals, boards were invited, because they weren't the decision makers, to submit on the the initial proposal, and all boards were heard during the submissions process, and council's deliberations included board feedback. A number of boards were asked questions and answered them at the deliberations itself. Also important to realise that on every single community board there is between 1 and 3 appointed members appointed by councillors who are in fact councillors. So every bit of information that was provided to councillors in workshops was also made available to the boards through the appointed councillor. We've got one in the room, Councillor Andrew Turner, Deputy Mayor, who would relay and discuss Banks Peninsula type of issues with his board, and we got a number of bits of feedback from Tory Peden, the Banks Peninsula board chair, through that, and the same would have been the case with all boards.
That's fantastic, thank you. And one of my questions has probably been answered already about ensuring that community boards have the opportunity to move around if there are considered to be more than 1 or 2 communities of interest, that they get to move around. So I was really pleased to hear that. My last question really comes back to the concern around Phillipstown and the money following the community, basically. And Leanne talked about the deprivation index helping to come up with that. Just a query around sometimes with deprivation indexes can be skewed by higher incomes or values within that particular data set, and ensuring that, like I'm thinking about schools, how schools get their, what do they call that funding that they get? The deciles, and how sometimes high populations of deprivation, the figures are skewed by a few very wealthy people within that district. So just wanting to ensure that, that won't be the case if there's that amount of community concern about the funding being lost.
Yeah. The funding formula is 60% population based and 40% deprivation based. In answer to your question, we a number of community boards fed back, on that issue and questioning the question of deprivation, and we pointed out that within every single ward area of the city there were areas of a high socio-economic activity and lower. It wasn't just Linwood. Linwood overall has the highest level of deprivation, but in all suburbs, so especially the central city, that's got the second highest area of deprivation. Okay. So Linwood wasn't unique, but with the formula 60-40, council considers it's got the right balance, and considerably more community funding is offered to the communities that council feel need it the most, and that will not change.
That's great. Thank you very much. Yep, I'm good.
Right. I think we're done. Just Sorry. Yeah. Just for purity, there was an email that came in that EJ's received from Yanni. I just for purity, just so we know, we'll read that out, and then I think we're done.
I think Yanni copied me the same email.
So you've got it? Okay, all right. So we're good. Yeah, so long as you've.
Yeah, let's put it on record.
So look, we'll read it out. Can you please? And then it's done. Then it's because I think we're still zooming. So. Yep.
No, well, that's because we hadn't told you at the time.
It came in during the lunch break. So he said, I wanted to send a follow-up email regarding the options for Linwood Ward in Charleston, Phillipstown, and the question asked by the panel regarding which option was chosen. Staff developed two options and advised that they would not recommend an option as there were differing views, and so asked council to move or rule out one of the options. The retaining Charleston, Phillipstown within the Linwood Ward option was put first and lost, and then a foreshadowed motion to move it to the Central Ward was put and gained majority support to pass.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct, and it was, but that is subsequent to the earlier processes that you heard described. Yeah. I mean, I understand Yanni's concern. I totally do. You know, he's represented the area for a long time and is advocating for them. And what we've tried to do is focus our attention not on the individual representative, but on fair and effective representation. From a technical point of view, under the Act, it's not negative to him or his, you know, the councillor that would take the place through the Central Ward.
Okay, so on that note, we'll consider the process concluded. Thank everybody for your participation. From a Commission's perspective, we'd just like, as we opened with a karakia, we'd close with our karakia when everybody is ready, and it looks like they are. Thank you. No,
I've been chucked out of diligence.
That's all right.
We'll do it for you.
Okay,
You do it.
go. We're on.
Ene hia, ki te ere tapanui. Kia wātea, kia māma, te ngākau, te tinana, te wairua, I te ara takatū. Koe ara e rongo, whakaere ake ki runga, kia tīna. Koe tai ki e. Kia ora tātou. Ngā mahi noi kia koutou. Kia ora.
Thanks everybody.